somewhat. Today's stream is going to be smaller. I'm not feeling great. But I did survive the Tough Mudder. Hello, everyone. Give me a moment to appease the cat. Hello. Yes. Alright. Yeah, it's alright. Give it a moment. Yeah, it's like 9 PM. It's not great. Yeah, I'm not great. Guys, I've got pictures. I'll show you. Like, I'm feeling pretty ill. But I'm here. Never let a cold get you down. That's the way you look at this, right? Never let a cold let you down. Let me just sort something out here. Go, and I just need to... There we go. Must have shrunk myself at some point. I was very small. Yeah, my voice is a little bit raspy, guys. It's gonna be a bit rough for my voice today, so we'll just see how it goes. How was the mudder? Yeah, it was tough. Honestly, some of it was pretty okay. Some of it was fine. Some of it, though, was rough. Yeah, it feels like I've been out on the town. I haven't, honestly. I'm pretty sure I've, like, bruised a rib somewhere. My knee looks like a murder scene. Ironically, the part of my body that looks the worst hurts the least, and the part of my body that looks the best hurts the most. I don't know how this has worked out. Last one. Yes, last one. That's it. But, let it be known, we can upgrade. So, whilst Hell Hades has his own bandana, I've got mine now. It says Tough Mudder, see? So when we do maximum damage, we've got it. We're good to go. And they do give you like a fancy old medal, to be honest. I've done runs before, I've done charity runs, but look at this, you get like a full-on medal and everything. It basically says, look, Tough Mud. I don't know if the light's going to show this. Tough Mudder, it's not really going to show it. Tough Mudder finisher. I don't really think the whole skull was necessary. That was a bit dark for me, but hey, look, we finished it. So, oh no, I did more than that. Yeah, the face plant. Zeolith knows what I'm talking about. It's the face plant. Honestly, Simon didn't chicken out. He hurt his knee before we went to Gamescom. And if he tried to do that with his knee, he would have ruined it. It's so much physicality, it would have ruined his knee. It was not a good idea for him to do it. I'm working on it this week, Tyler. I'm actually working on it this week. I've started doing pre-work for it. I was going to do it last week, but Tough Mudder obviously took a day out of my day and stuff, so... no, I haven't done S19 yet, so... But yeah, basically, my entire right side for the last 2 days has been, if I breathe heavily, or if I sneeze, is like someone's taking a knife and going like that into my side, so... It's really quite uncomfortable. I think it's where I landed on that half pipe. I really didn't... At the time, it didn't hurt. You know, at the time, it really did not hurt. But everyone was like saying, oh, you landed really hard on that. I was like, I didn't really feel it. And then when I looked at the video back, I was like, oh, that's not good. And I'm feeling it now. I'm feeling it now. But with the amount of mud that I ingested... I mean, we got some pictures here. Let me show you the joys of my face getting absolutely slaughtered by the Tough Mudder experience. I mean, they did me dirty, really, because they kind of showed my ball patch really bad, right? I had my hair cut before. I was like, I'm not going to get it muddy. Look, this is the problem. Look, I'm going bald. It's really bad. It's really bad. At some point, I'm just going to have to cut it all off. It's going to have to go. This was the first obstacle that we started with. It's like, okay, that we're going to start with that one. It's like, great. And this one, the main problem with this one is my height was useful in many places, but here it was not. Because these are barbed wire. And my butt was just getting stuck in barbed wire all the time. So, yeah, that was... Yeah, I think it's getting there. It's getting there. The only problem I have is I'm just so pale that I just worry that if I put a hat on, I'll look like I'm ill, you know? So it's not a vanity thing. It's more just like I will look unhealthy because I'm so pale. I'm just naturally really pale, which does not help. But yeah, it's a true sign. Look at it. It's getting rough. Yeah, that was the problem here because like when you're tall, obviously the L shape on your like crawling space is a lot higher than sort of 5'7", 5'6" people. So I was just getting stuck all the time. So it was reasonably grim in places. Yeah, YST, what a beast. Can we just say that YST, right? He's probably going to make an appearance here. When he makes an appearance, make sure everyone shouts out YST. He did this Tough Mudder without any sleep because he didn't sleep very well the night before and absolutely beasted it. Absolutely beasted it. He was like pulling me along half the time. What a machine. What an absolute machine. What an absolute machine he was. It took quite a long time actually because we started like 1:30 and we didn't finish till 5. Because the thing is, a lot of the track was like this mud, so you can't really run in it. So you were kind of just like walking a lot of the 5K because if you tried to run, you'd roll your ankle, you'd fall apart. So yeah, I mean that was rough. The worst one though by far was this. Okay, this is by far the worst experience that I've done. They call it ice enema or Arctic enema. This thing is bad. Okay, it looks clean here. It looks really, really nice. There's a bit of ice. They obviously got a bit of a sense of humor. Cold like your ex day, you know. It's a bit much. But yeah, this is horrible because these are like you climb up to the top of this frame and you get into the tube. This like industrial tubes they put in the ground before they put like network cables and stuff. And this thing that we're standing next to is basically a massive industrial like skip. The type they basically do to get rid of when they're doing demolition work. And they fill it with 5 foot deep ice water. And you get in the tube and you basically go flying into this water. And when I tell you this stuff is like, this is a shock to the system. It was rough. Like you literally went up your nose and everything, and it was just like your body just went into instant shock because it's so cold. You just take a breath, and then you have to go back under to get into the tires. And the guys on the left are like, you know, keep going, and I'm like, oh. Yeah, it was rough. And you know, it looks pretty clean, but by the time that I got into it, it was not this clean. Okay, right? Just to give you an example, right? You fly down this tube into this. Okay. Yeah, by the time I got there, it wasn't clean. Let's just say this is, yeah, like, yeah, it's pain. It went everywhere. It used to be clean. It wasn't clean. This is why I'm ill. I went head first into this. This is why I'm ill, okay? Like, it was not... Look at it. It's brown. I'm pretty sure I've ingested more than mud. And yes, I did wear a t-shirt that says, I got hammered. It was the TwitchCon one, but it really worked. Oh, there's for sure more than ice in that one. This is the worst one of them all. It really was. Because you just... It just puts your body into shock, and then you have to go back under. You just like... They want to get you through very quickly. And like one of the people in front of me had like a bit of a panic attack with it, and you just got to go through it. But that was the worst one. And then of course we had the half pipe disaster, which I just, you know, we were holding on for dear life, but it just wasn't happening. We see the moments before failure. I went for the run up and we didn't really hold on, and yeah. This is moments before pain. This is why my ribs hurt right now, because I landed face first, sideways on, and yeah, I'm pretty sure I bruised a rib somewhere. Thing. Now, Chloe, this is opportunistic timing, Chloe. I'm going to give you an opportunity to make a meme. You can make a meme out of this one. Yeah. These are electric ribbons, by the way. Right? They call this electroshock therapy. You have to basically run through these ribbons, and these are like 10,000 volts. For some reason, I was doing like a Dracula stance. I don't really know. But those things hurt. It's like being zapped with 10,000 volts. It really hurts. You can absolutely make a meme out of this if you want. Yeah, I'll send you all the photos, Chloe. You can have fun with it. I don't really mind. But yeah, these things hurt. Like poor YST. YST's like the pain. And you're already muddy and cold and dirty. It's just like, it is shock. It was pain. You could see me. I'm in the back there. Yeah. They kind of cleared a path for me. It was pretty cool. It is the stuff. And literally, I've never been so tanned in my life than in this picture. It's a dream. I literally have never been so tanned in my life. It was great. But I do look like I've been down a mine, which is quite appropriate for a Welsh person. So... It is actually quite fun, though, right? It is quite fun, to be fair. It is a lot of fun. Some of the obstacles are just bad. Like, this one, I tried 3 times, but I was just hurting myself by the end of it. Yeah, she does, doesn't she? It's a little bit unhealthy, Chloe. She just looks in her natural habitat like she's just running it. I look like I've been down a mine and, like, you know, found some sort of coal deposit. But, yeah, it was fun. I'm just paying the price for it right now. I'm a little bit ill, which, as you can imagine, is because I've probably eaten more mud than I could confirm. I have a maximum damage headband. That's my prize. Hey, Seven. So, how much did it take? I think it's like £75, so it's about $90. It wasn't too bad. Exactly. I literally look like I've been down a mine. I literally look like I've entered a mining institution or something and come back a different person, because I've never been that tan in my life. I don't know. We saw a lot of worms. YST looked like he was about to join the Marines, and I looked like I was like I don't know, some sort of enslaved camper. It's not great. But hey, they had people there that have done it over 100 times. I'm like, that is commitment on a level that I've not seen. Commitment on 11, I've never seen. But yeah, exactly, Wicked. I've just accepted that I'm ill. I am drinking like blackcurrant paracetamol. It's great. Yeah, I use my running shoes. So I mean, if I wanted to, I could do the Spartan race, and that's like the Spartan Ultra is like 50 kilometers, 60 obstacles. It takes like 9 hours. I mean, like, yeah, they wash down. They take a while to dry. I salvaged everything, to be honest. They had a rinsing station, but I'll be honest, the rinsing station could effectively be what you would call very, very bad water in your garden pressure. It was, it wasn't good. So, although I will be honest, there was like a section outside the rinsing station that you finish at the end where there was just like a pile of discarded shoes. It wasn't great. Look at that, 3. That's exactly what I wanted. It did not look good. It did not make me feel confident to go into this place. It just looked like a pile of shoes. But it was fun. It was a great experience. It was really good to do it with the team. Like a good bonding session. We somehow survived. I don't really know how we survived, but we did. So, hey Uzi. Honestly, what was most impressive about it was like the camaraderie. Like I've done a few 5Ks and half marathons and various different things, and you do get like a level of like, you know, people cheering you on and people working together a little bit, but it's still very individualistic in nature. What was really nice about this was everyone was kind of working together, whether they knew you or not, and it was much more like kindred spirits than most other places, than most other types of events I've done. And you had people from all backgrounds. Like you had, like there was a couple of people in their 50s or 60s by the looks of it. You had, you know, people who were in super good shape and people who probably weren't, you know, in okay shape, that you would think, oof, they're going to get struggle to it. And everyone kind of just gave it their best and gave it their shot. We did kind of skip the monkey bars though. And the reason why was there was like, we will probably be queuing there for another 25 minutes on the monkey bars if we were staying there. And it was just like, it wasn't worth it. Like I knew I'd fall in the water anyway, and I'm just not going to queue to basically get cold and get like, you know, your muscles are going to seize up and everything. So we just kind of skipped that one. I've watched the first 3 episodes of Rings of Power. I'm going to go up and watch the rest of it with my mum as a box set day. So I'm just waiting for the last episode, which I think is in a week. So I haven't talked about the fusion. No. Can Merciless proc on like ally attacks? No, it cannot. It used to, and they got rid of it because it was way too strong. So the new leaked logo. What logo is that? Would have died in the first round. Thing is, I don't think you need to be like, honestly, when I was training for the Tough Mudder, I made a bit of a plan of like doing a month of cardio and then a month of physical upper body strength. So I made a plan to do that, and I kind of over-invested my time in the I kind of overestimated my time in the physical aspect of the thing, right? I just over-invested in it. To be honest, it's more about upper body strength. So if I will be honest, I wouldn't mind doing it again. It's fun. I would never do it solo, right? I feel like it's something you would always do with friends, but I wouldn't mind doing it again. But if I did, I would put I'd put much more focus on like upper body strength and just like core strength, because that's more important than like, I don't really think you need to be like a sprinter or very good at long distance running or anything. Like the 5K was a concept that didn't really happen, right? You didn't really feel like you ran 5K because it was a lot of like stop start, because you would go to obstacles and then half the time you were worried you were going to fall on your face anyway, so you couldn't really run. So, but my kind of workout schedule went a bit crazy after Gamescom and various different things, so I'm just trying to get back into a healthier routine now. The new League Legendary. Oh, the Lego, not the logo. See, I'm not well, you can tell. I feel like if this is the fusion, it feels like a weak attempt at solving the Armand's problem. But I will say the let me see if I can find a link to it. There's a possible weird thing that you can have with the guy, with the new champion. Where is that? Trying to find a screenshot of it. There it is. Oh, that hurts. Oh, that is not good. Sneezing with... Oh, that's painful. Oh, that is not good. Oh. Can I not make that full screen? close enough. Let's do that. Oh, that really hurts. So the only thing I would say about this is it's pretty much designed to be an Armand's counter, but it's the weakest one I've seen so far. In the sense that, you know, you're meant to be able to get this thing where you have a chance to reduce the skill duration a bit like an Ancora. But you've got the passive effect here, right? So turn meter effects against this champion increase, so you always get a chance. And then you've got this active effect. Whenever a stun, freeze, sleep, provoke, fear, whatever is removed or expires on an ally, fills their turn meter by 20%. Now, what some people have actually stated, which I think is a valid point here, there doesn't seem to be a cooldown associated with the passive effect. What cat? You are being mischievous. So what I mean by that is, also fills this champion's turn meter by 20% whenever a stun, freeze, sleep, provoke is placed. Okay. Now, the reason why I'm saying this is if you put it with Shamael in Hydra, do you create like a double boost where where you get 20% and you get it back? Do you just create like this very crazy turn meter boosting mechanic? Because if you think about it, whenever you get 20% turn meter fill, whenever an ally gets a fear, okay? So is that going to be, first question for me, is that going to be 20% per ally affected, which means it's 120%, or 1 times of 20%, right? As if everyone gets a fear, does it just proc 20%? So that's the first question. You are not getting any more treats today, you greedy little thing. Don't look at me like this. And you know what you're doing? No. The second question I have is, the cooldownable effect appears only to apply to the active. So if I just keep cleansing the fear and keep putting the fear back on, will I just create an infinite turn meter cycle between Shamael and this Brewguard person? So the passive is kind of cool for that, but then you've got to question, okay, what do you get with this champion when you bring them into a team? So the A1 is kind of okay. We're going to get, what, a 50% chance to reduce a random ally skill by 1 turn. It's kind of like a poor man's Ancora. But you will get like a Mischief counter here. If the Mischief head steals some turn meter, then you're going to get like 10% turn meter fill. Nice. You get a full cleanse, okay. A heal, good. Which is boosted up, and a nice shield. I wouldn't say that's necessarily insane, but I would say that it's quite nice on a 3-turn cooldown to have 100% cleanse. And then we've got a 100% chance of increasing the duration of debuffs and increasing the duration of ally buffs and a 20% turn meter fill. Honestly, as much as the passive could work, I don't think the champion is worth it, even if you can make it work. I think it's a bit meh. What are you going to play it into? I don't know where you would play it. What? What? Cats, honestly. I just don't know where you'd play it. Yes, the A2 is great, but I mean, honestly, I feel like this champion is the first champion in a while where I feel like Raid's run out of ideas. You are being a pain. What? It just feels like it doesn't really do anything that I don't have already. Because obviously you're meant to be able to put it into like some sort of immunity concept line, and then you basically get this turn meter fill. This is basically meant to stop the chaining, and then obviously you can come in and cleanse. But like I said, it's a soft counter. I'm not saying it's a very reliable counter. I'm just saying it's a... You can see that that's the way the passive has been designed, is to try and counter Armand's, but it's not a very strong one. So yeah, it's probably a skip, I'll be honest. But But they tend to do this a little bit. Like the pre-Halloween fusions always tend to be a little bit meh. Right? The pre-Halloween fusions always tend to be a little bit meh. In the sense that they don't quite have the same value. And then the Halloween fusion comes out and it's normally quite good. Yeah, the Last Orders is pretty weak. Loriark is okay. It's not amazing, but it's okay. Yeah, that's what I was just saying, MJT, is the question isn't so much whether it will work, it's how it will work. So will it be like 20% boost? Like, will it be like a 20% boost for every fear, or will it be a singular one? How is CvC going? I haven't looked, actually. I've been just grinding away in the background because I've had quite a busy day. I'm trying to still work even though I'm feeling like death. And yes, we have three Hydra keys to do. And I'm probably going to have to use my Trunder team, so we're going to have to go hard at it. Have they? I thought Halloween fusions have been pretty good. Let's have a look. Let's see. We keep a list of these things. Okay, so what we got here? Timid was quite good last year. Timid was pretty good. Bambus was... this one feels a bit like Bambus, you know? The year before that, we had Morrigan. Morrigan's very good. Morrigan's very good. The year before that, we had Vlad. Vlad's very good. But Siegmund was the one that I never did. In the sense that Siegmund was the one where Demitha was in. So I kind of skipped Siegmund. And then the year before that, we had... Elegaeus was the worst one by far. Elegaeus is probably the worst one we've ever had, for sure. Absolute terrible. Terrible pick. But we had a period of time here where we were generally poor fusions. The year before that, we had Harvest Jack. He's alright. So... Vlad was good before. It's just his buff made him really good. Right, Shamil. Let's see if we can't get you some crit damage. Yes. Thank you. Beautiful. Boost that up. We don't really care about that. I'd like these to be the right ones, but... I mean, I'd like that to be attack percentage, but I'm not against keeping it at speed for a while. It's pretty strong. Let's get some glyphing going. We're souping him up. Of course it's a +1. Of course it's a +1. Oh my god, 3 in a row. Honestly. Sure. Ooh, maxed out. Yeah, why not? What do we got going on here? Speed, attack. Yes. Nothing really helps me there. Nothing helps me there. We can get a little bit more accuracy there. See if we can get a +5. We'll try 2 more times. One more time. Okay. 1 for luck. Okay, we're not gonna get it. It's fine. Oh, we do better than that. Send it to level 5. Okay, so Shamael's decked out of it now. There we go. A lovely little Shamael. Optimized up. It does take time though. Like, yes, my account. I mean, I've still got another bunch that I can get up here if I wanted to, but I probably have a lot of different things. Like, I could try and roll that away from speed, but I'm not going to complain about it. I'm pretty happy with it. Like, this should really be attack, but it's not really a problem. Sulfurion. The good news is we can finally book all these up as well, because CvC is here. Although, the only thing is, I kind of want to save a little bit. I need to do this as well. Oh, by the way, I totally, if you haven't seen my video, I've given up on this thing. I couldn't be bothered to do the champion chase. I gave up on it. I'm going to go for the 4-star and then whatever I can get. If I can get the primal shard, that'd be lovely. But I've given up on this thing. It's just too much effort. We're pushing. It's going to be a tight one. I haven't done all my dailies yet, so... why put him in 6-piece? Because his A1 does crazy amounts of damage. If you're talking about Shamael, his A1 does crazy amounts of damage. And to be honest, I just wanted someone in 9-piece Merciless, because I've never had one. Nature's Wrath should be what you go for with Thor, below 6-star. Yeah, my plan is to try and get Odin in his primal, in his Prism event. So, no, I'm not getting the 5 million. I'm not getting baited by that. Should we pull this? See if we get ourselves Aragaz. We probably won't, but you never know. Oh, it's a Terror Beast. How exciting. Normally, see, I'd probably go and get one of these to just basically give myself another summon, but I don't know if I could be bothered. We'll find out. Actually, you know what? I might do that. I always like to do this. It's $4.99. Odin was rough. Odin was like super rough. Where was that? I just gave up. I was just like, I'd have to pull so many more shards. It was just like, I just didn't want to do it. So, but yeah, I mean, Robo Donkey was not going to be without his Odin. So. Oh. Get some epics. Nothing else. If nothing else, we got some epics. Yeah, I just didn't want to... I was, to be honest, you got to remember, I was away Friday and most of... Well, I was away Friday, all of Saturday, and I was not in a good shape on Sunday. So the last thing I wanted to be doing was grinding out different champions and different things for to be honest, I'll be honest with you guys. I have no immediate plans to use Thor. The 4-star is good enough. Unless I was going to use Thor in my Hydra team, I just don't see the need for this 5-star. So I was just like, it's not worth it. And I know I was going to get Odin, so this is just the most efficient thing that I can do. Send that up. These gloves are the craziest gloves you've ever seen. They're so bad. But it's the only ones I've got. Alright, we're not going to get any better there. Wow, really? Where is Sulfurion at then? Sulfurion here is at 333 speed. 379. Looking pretty sweet. I need to book him though. Now, the only problem with booking him is normally I wouldn't book until tomorrow. Which is a bit of a problem because, you know. What have we got going on here? Oh, these are all just bad. Oh, speed. We take that. Get speed here as well. Speed? Oh, crit rate. Wow. You can't win them all. That was nice. Yeah, I mean, I'm upgrading this, but I've just remembered the one concern I had about that team was I didn't have enough Hex, so I might have to take Airstrid out of 9 out of 9 protection and put Hex on her instead. I might have to. Because I don't know if I've got enough Hex in the team. So the teams we've got right now, we've got Nightmare team. Now my Nightmare team here, I just worry I do not have enough Hex in my team. Okay, I just worry I'm not got enough Hex. That's the main concern. Congrats, Alex. Nice. I don't know if I'm gonna have time to do live arena. I might do a few fights. See what we get. The hard team is pretty much set. That's pretty fine. And then the brutal team, we just have to build Packmaster today. And once Packmaster's built, we will be fine. So I need to put Packmaster in Cursed, but I feel like I just need better Cursed setup in this team. Now, we did talk about some options in terms of like removing Mikage, crazy as it sounds, and not running Mikage and bringing someone else in. But I do lose the ally attack, and I kind of like it. So I think it might just be a case of dropping... dropping 9-piece protection from Airstrid and putting her into Cursed. Because, to be honest, she doesn't buff an awful lot. It's not like she buffs an insane amount. She does 2. It's not a lot. Yes, it is 10% more damage. Which 10% on lots of these adds up, right? If I'm doing a million damage, 10% is quite a lot. But if I'm not doing Hex, the 10% is nowhere near as good. And obviously, she will do a lot of AoE. So I feel like she just needs to be in Hex. Which sucks, because she's in a strong build. I don't need to provoke. I don't need provoke. Like, I'll show you. This is why I don't need provoke. No, Shamael's full damage. I actually did that wrong. Basically, my main concern with this team at the moment is Michinaki is like absolute core and center to the team. And I don't know. I'm a little bit concerned about how core and central he is to the team. Because, like, I have to do Hex first to set it up, which is why I need a Hex set. And then... Mischief targeting is a bit of a problem, but it's fine. So there's the first cleanse. It's not a problem, as it might seem, because if I'd instantly reburn and get back going again. So I am going to do something that my clan is going to hate me for, because I have to, if I want to run this team today. So for the sake of the clan, I'm going to have to book early. I don't have an awful lot anyway. I need this booked. I don't care about the revive. I need this booked. So we'll do it 2 at a time. That went on the A1. Damn. Okay, good. 2 more now. On the A2. Oh, there we go. 1 more. Come on. Ah. Yes, got it. Nice. Okay, cool. The other one I need to book is probably Packmaster. Airstrid is fine, but Packmaster needs booking. Where is he? As well. Yeah, I normally save my books to the end. I need books on here, basically. I need books on the A3. That's not bad. Come on, A3, 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 A3. Oh, you truck. Okay, well. Didn't quite get what I needed. It's not bad to fully book him, but I just need the cooldown. I need... not so much the cooldown, I just need the chance. Okay, it should help not now. No, I bought more. But the Sulfurium was the most important, for sure. Because I needed to... I need to basically get this booked up. So yeah, so you see this is the problem I have right now. There's no Hex. So there's literally nothing to help me get this pumping with Michinaki. So I think I'm going to have to bring in... Airstrid into Hex, I think. I'm just going to need to. Otherwise... I'm never going to be able to do it. But this is why I'm saying I don't need a Provoker. Because look how quickly I've nearly killed these heads. And that's not without having Weaken out. And it's not without having a good setup. In the sense that I didn't have like all the right debuffs out. I didn't have Hex out. I didn't have Michinaki. Yeah, it's kind of annoying. Pump a 500k in there. So now what I want to do is try to reduce the duration. Pump some damage. But this is what I was trying to say about not needing to provoke. I can kind of just fully kill. There's so much kill potential on this team. And there's so much, like, additional damage that I can burst it. The only risk this team has is I don't have the debuffs out when I need them. But look how much damage we'll do here right now. But you can see I've only got 2 hexes out, so I'm losing damage all the time. That was actually a mistake. I shouldn't have done that because I'm going to get 2 heads respawn now. See, no hex. And I'm just constantly losing damage if I don't get the hex out. But we can pretty much take a full pelted Wrath head as well. I could take full damage from Wrath, and I probably will never die. Because Sulfurin is a monster. So you got to realize Sulfurin is an absolute monster. Like, I am pumping this. What's this now? No decreased attack. No block buffs. Nothing. Watch how little this will hurt me. No decreased attack, nothing. I mean, the provokes are kind of annoying, but that'll kill him. Can we stop being provoked? Just waiting for a turn with Sulfurin. It's like, I don't really care about this. The biggest threat that these teams used to have was I would get absolutely rinsed by the Wrath Head. My actual only concern right now is I don't sustain debuffs reliably enough without Michinaki. Like, Michinaki is kind of like a linchpin, and it puts a lot of pressure on him. Mikage is in retaliation at the moment. I don't need block buffs either because I've got Sulfurin. Like, Sulfurin is a monster. Like, even if I die here, look, I don't really care because Sulfurin just revived them. So I can finally buff strip. The biggest problems I used to have in my Hydra teams were I die to Reflect or I die to the Wrath Head. This head cannot kill me anymore. Like, he might kill some of my allies, but I've got to revive now. So it's really not a problem. Like, even with a weak hit in Michinaki, even with that, I'm just like, yeah, well, I don't really care. Let's pump some damage into that. I think the League Fusion is kind of weak. Yeah, Sulfurin is just a monster. It bypasses Poison Cloud. Like, that's what I'm trying to say. It bypasses everything. Just whack that. But you can see right now, I'm not able to sustain decreased defense and that as much as I'd like. So that's the only thing I'm a bit worried about at the moment is the Michinaki. This team so, like, literally needs Michinaki. And right now, he's not performing as well as I'd like. Because also, affinity is a big problem with Michinaki. In the fact that he's like going to be weak affinity a lot of the time. So if he doesn't land his Hex, then I'm just losing damage all the time. So I feel like this experiment here is going to put me straight back to... I probably need to put Airstrade in Hex. Because look, I've got no Hex out on all these heads. Every time I hit this, I'm losing damage all the time. I'm losing all Hex damage on this. It's just so much that I'm losing. And he is built reasonably fast. He's built like 256 speed. So he does have good speed. It's just... I'm killing heads quicker than he can re-debuff them. And because he's also the decreased defense, it's kind of like, well, he needs to Hex before he can decrease defense. And you can see I've already run out and stuff. But, yeah. It might be... I'm going to run it like this. And then maybe next week I'll experiment moving Airstrade into Cursed. I probably made a mistake there. I could, but I do need the accuracy. The accuracy from Mikage is really important. I mean, it's still really good damage, right? This is Nightmare. It's not like the damage is bad. Just could be better. Like, look how quickly I pump heads. It's actually quite funny. Burn. Max. See, I've been able to kill one head, and he hasn't even been able to take 2 turns yet. So the killing potential of this team is very, very, very high. It could probably be an auto team. It could. I just like to play it manually. Oh, we got our first consumption. And we're out. When I finish optimizing this team, I'm pretty confident I can get it to like near 2 bill. I think. But that's like fully optimizing it, getting all the builds in the right place, getting the booking in the right place, getting the right set configuration. I feel like Michinaki's probably going to need to get a rebuild. Yeah, that's it. I just need Hex on Airstrade, really. But I'm going to run this team through and we'll see. Just because I got 3 other keys to do, so I'm going to make this just a big key. And then we're going to do Trunder. I haven't done Trunder in a while, actually. I see how quickly I kill all of the heads here. It's actually insane. The only downside is I'm basically a victim of my own success because I kill the heads so quickly that I lose all of the debuffs all the time. So when you have like a debuff focused on individuals, that's when it's a problem. Yeah, but I'd also lose Relentless on Mikage, which is a shame also. Boost. Decrease speed. Burn. Hex. Smash some damage. Like, this is the window I need now. Lots of hex. Lots of ability to do lots of damage. Here we go. Let's see what we do. One ally attack. 5 mil. Oop. Boom. Burn. Extend. It's a very high damage team, which is nice. It's just now this team is like this, probably the most stable Hydra team I've ever built. This team will never die, but I've now got to try and maximize damage potential because I just did 1 million damage to no hex targets. Yeah, Nature's Wrath. I mean, I'll be honest, that's the only reason why you go for Thor's 5-star. We say Crush and Rend because it's a 6-star, but you should really, like, there's a note on there that says you should go to the 1 to the 4 if you're not a 6-star with Crush and Rend. It's difficult because it's always context, right? Burn. Boost. Yeah, I mean, this team, I literally don't have to deal with anything. There's nothing in this team that in Hydra that bothers this team. Because even if I die to a Reflect, I've got a Revive. So this team is just like, yeah, happy to do whatever you want. Oops. That was a Reflect. See, that's why this team is wonderful. Because I had a Reflect. Doesn't really matter. Revive. Off we go again. Yeah, decrease attack. That's fair. That's fair, I do. But, I mean, the Hex is probably more important than the decreased defense in this team because, like, I do a lot of true damage with a lot of them. Oh, I picked the wrong target. I was stupid. Burn. Oof. I should buy 6-star Blessing for Thor. Only if you're going to use him. There are so many more valuable souls that you will need across the game. So I don't need it if you're going to use him. Yeah, like, I will say that Sulfurion is probably going to go down as the one champion I got wrong more than any other champion in the game. It is the one that I've got completely wrong. Because when I saw him come out, I was like, he's not a Void Legendary. He's not that good. He is more than you could ever imagine. Honestly, he's so, so, so strong. He literally can anchor their entire team on his own. That's why I'm able to run 4 damage dealers or 3 damage dealers. And these are 3 expensive damage dealers as well, right? In the sense that Marius doesn't really do anything other than damage. I know he does increase defense and increase accuracy, but he's kind of a liability a lot of the time. Shamael is just pure damage. I know he does Torment Fear, but he's pure damage. It's only Michinaki that's bringing effects that help the team. But because of that, I mean, I don't have to run 3. I can take a full Nightmare, increase attack, the works. I can take the whole thing, and it doesn't even touch me. Crazy. Well, that's kind of annoying. Literally just use my burn, but it's okay. Might as well. Ow, that hurts. Okay, that was the first big whack that I've taken. But it should be fine. I just need to basically get back around to his turn. That was just really unfortunate timing because I wasn't paying attention. I don't mind if Mikage dies here, actually. It'd be kind of good. She won't. Can I please get a burn? There we go. I wouldn't mind if Mikage dies, because it'll reset the consumption counter. She didn't die. She will die, though, I think. You just gotta wait for all the poisons. He's done about 20,000 counterattack. Well, that's kind of annoying. Dude literally did about 16 10Ks. So he just did about like 200k damage on his counterattack. Don't underestimate his counterattack when you put Shamael in a really, really big build. He can do quite a lot of damage. Wow, that could have killed him. That would have been nice. Oh well, we'll take a blast. Oh, we didn't take damage. Nice. And yes, that was Shamael just doing 1 million damage to the head of Suffering. Now, Shamael's in like 9-piece Merciless. Shamael's a beast. I would not be surprised if Shamael comes out top damage dealer in this team. If I'm being honest, I would expect Shamael to win. Man, I need so much better hex than this. Can I get that reset in before it's too late? Maybe. Nope. That sucks. Just reset the turn meters. Do you think actually more important for Shamael than crit? Do you think attack could be more? No, because I just feel like crit damage is just super good for him. Like the goal with my Shamael build here is to be able to do 1 million damage with his A1 on the Suffering Head. That's his build goal. Because this is kind of going to do whatever damage it does. Well, that's a bit sucky. I didn't time that very well. Like, the only reason why I'm losing this is because I'm not timing my abilities very well. So I'm using the burn at the wrong sequence. I should have saved it till after this. And I've used all my hex stuff. So this is going to come under a lot less damage than it could do. Because I just don't have enough consistency in the team. But it will do enough to be able to do a lot of damage, at least. Is there a way to select non-variable accessories? Yes. You can filter for normal artifacts, Elixium. There should be a filter that says normal artifacts. Probably should have saved that, but we'll find out. Oh, look, we fully healed. What a shame. How will we live? It's monstrous. Absolutely monstrous Sulfurin is. Shamael literally just did A2 into A1 into A2. What are your thoughts about on Karga in Relentless? I have her in Relentless. But I could also see arguments for other builds, like Protection for sure. I don't think this, like, I will be honest, I'm pretty sure this team is super unoptimized. But because I have no time, really, I'm just running it. Like, if you think we're about to hit turn 100 and we're at 300 million, I should be about 500 million if I was optimized. I'm attacking a lot of the time without Hex. And Shamael's damage numbers are very, very high. So he would be getting a lot of Hex damage if it was set up properly. Yeah, for that trade-off I would. But make sure you build him with HP. He does need some HP as well. But yeah, that's not a bad... Like, giving him extra turns helps him because he has extra turns. Oof. That's nice elo. Like, how much damage Shamael's pumping out? He just did a 1.1 million on the Wrath Head. Obnoxious amount of damage. But here now, it's the problem. I've killed all the heads. There's literally no cursed. So I've just lost so much damage because I have no cursed. And that's the problem I have with this team at the moment, is it is lacking this consistently. We're also going to get a revive of 2 heads, but there's nothing I can do about that. So how much damage this did there? 400k on that A1. Yeah, I think that's what I'll do next time. Next week, I'll optimize this team further. I want to see what its potential can be in its current build. And where the damage spread is. That's the plan right now. That's why I'm doing it this way, because I just want to see what the damage spread is in the current build. And then we can test it with the next one next week. Oh, we didn't hit Helm Smasher there. No. Merciless can't be reduced with the counterattack. It does when he A1s, but not when he counterattacks with his A1. So we've got to be careful here, because we will get cleansed, right? So I don't mind doing a curse there. Let's see if we can reduce some turn meter here. That provoke's going to be annoying. Just because it's going to stop me from being able to... Oh, it's fine, actually. I can still do that. Not quite. Oh, come on. Really? Really? We're just about to kill the head on the left. Come on, kill the mischief head. Kill the mischief head. Kill the mischief head. Oh, mother trucker. Now the mischief head dies. Of course it does. Broop. Broop. Hey in the bin. Ah, that was a fun stream, wasn't it? It's like, oh no, we've all died. What do? We just revive everyone, and then we just burn and heal. What a broken champion Sulfurin is. Honestly, it might be the most broken champion I've pulled in a while. Well, it's the extra turn as well. That's what's crazy about it. It's revive, heal, and extra turn. Yeah. What gear set is Sylph in? He's in Reflect. He's in Reflex and the two set Reflex. What is it? Impulse or Instinct? I always mix the names up. Oh. Boom. Two more dead heads. Okay, that was ideal because we're going to get decreased speed out. Yeah, the two-piece set he's in is the Instinct, or is it Impulse? With the Live Arena set that basically gives you a mini reflex. It's a place, so you don't even have to worry about Poison Cloud. Yeah, it's a place. It's even better. That. Oh man, look how much damage that just did to the head of... Holy moly, that just absolutely wrecked the head of Suffering. I almost killed my Airstrid from trying to kill the head of Suffering, mind. My first Void Legendary was Crew Traxxer. Many, many moons ago. Hello? Hello? Luca? Oh, yes. Hello? Yeah? Cat has woke up. And that head of Suffering is gone. $1 million. When Shamael goes crazy, it's so much damage. 1 million A1s. Neath is not a bad first Void Lego. I did then go through a period of time where my next Void Legendaries was basically double Vizix, so it did kind of go downhill from there. Oh, she weak hit the head of Suffering. God damn it. Now, normally this would be a bit of a problem, but thankfully we've got our dear friend Sulfur in. So even though this is going to be rubbish because of Poison Cloud, we will be fine because eventually we'll be able to take a turn in a moment. Burn. Oh, look. What a shame. We can probably try to reduce some turn meter here. That was a bit unfortunate. Nice. Alright, burn it up. Get some hacks out and they'll go. Lovely. Nothing like hitting a 1 million damage on the head of Suffering, is it? That's the nice thing about this. 1 million damage on head of Suffering was from Shamael is insane. It's very difficult to do that. Yeah, he's a monster. He really is a monster, honestly. Like, the amount of, like, stability he gives this team is disgusting, if I'm being honest. Like, he is just... I really don't want that head to die, but it's going to because I'm going to have too much damage. It's going to instantly respawn 2 heads, which kind of sucks, but there's nothing I can really do about it. Probably should have held that, but it doesn't really matter. Another 1 million damage. Honestly, I might have to review it. It depends. I mean, ow, that really hurt. Thank you for scraping a hole in my foot. Thanks for that. Do you want to try that again? That really hurt. Yeah, she literally just decided to stick her claws in my foot. Do you want to try that again? What? Give me a second. Oh, that is pain. Oh, my ribs are not great. Well, she kind of made a jump for it and missed. And then landed on my foot, which was not the best. Is it? No. Come on then. I have a hole in my foot, but thanks for that. Yeah, what I need to determine is how much of a carry is it generally. If it's just going to be so... If Sulfurion is just like carrying any team regardless of configuration, then it should be a 5. Pop that. Which, like, I mean, he's basically solo carrying this team. So, it is strong. What are you doing? Trouble? What are you doing? No? Okay. What are you doing? What are you doing? You don't know what you're doing, do you? She's been a violent cat. All right, well, you've lost your opportunity. Okay, boo. Buff. Debuff. Burn. Ugh, we're gonna have to deal with this now. Yeah, I feel like I might have to boost him, like, just in this experience alone. What I want to see now is if I can do the boss solo in his current build. I don't think I can, because I think he needs more resistance, but we'll see. The most impactful non-meta Lego. I don't really think that's a question you can answer, because I feel like it's about specific stages. Like there are like Alsgore, for example, is essential in about 3 or 4 stages because there are just no other better options. But I wouldn't say Alsgore is like quintessentially amazing in, you know, in Centranos. But for the stages in which he appears, yes, he is. He's insanely good. So I think that's a bit of a context, and I don't really know how you deal with that context, but like, naturally, someone like Harima is always going to carry. It's always, like, stage-specific that's the problem. The cat demanded some attention. Oh, non-meta. Sorry, I was saying non-void. I'm not feeling great today. So if I misunderstand what some people are saying, have some sympathy on me. Non-meta legendary. Oh god. I mean, I think my point still remains. I think it's a case of if you have a stage and you're just stuck, then the right legendary. Like Shiramani on stage 14 on 1 restriction is like almost essential, because the restriction means there is no other option. You need her. And if you don't have her, you're going to struggle. So I feel like there's always like that caveat, which is like, if the restrictions have narrowed you down, like one of them, for example, Artak is important, like quintessential. If you don't have Artak, there's no way you're ever going to do it, right? Because there's the combination of the restrictions plus what available champions there are, meaning that you just need him more than anyone else. So I think when it comes to the answer to who is the best non-void non-meta, I would say for a lot of the Fire Knight stages, someone like a Zenogre. You could always take a Raglan for some of the Fire Knight stages, because she's a triple hit. But it's not a surefire answer, right? Yeah, but he's not legendary. Like, if you asked me who the best epic is to pull for Centranos, I would probably put it as Daithi. I'd probably put it with Creodon. I'd probably put it with Akimtum. Grunch is very good in 1 Agreth wave. You know, it'll vary. Yeah, like Kreela. Yeah, they'll probably they'll probably do a pass on it soon, I would have thought. Oh, man. Hydra's so not thrilling, is it? I need to start doing this not on the last day. And there is a reason why I left this to the last day, because I wanted to book Sulfurion. That's why I've left it to the last day this time. I was specifically waiting for the Sulfurion book. But it just takes such a long time. Wow, look how much damage that A3 did. It pretty much nearly took them all out. Marius is by far the cleanest, like, champion to clear out heads. He decapitates heads so quickly. Hey, YST! I said earlier in the stream YST deserved a bit of a shout out. Why does YST deserve a shout out, everyone? What was I talking about earlier? MVP, absolutely. YST was practically my my lifeguard during the put your head underwater ones. He's carrying me through that. Never done it without him. Are you feeling ill as well, YST, from earlier? I'm not getting better. My voice has improved a little bit. But it's not great. correct, yeah. I'm pretty sure we ingested some unhealthy things. By the way, YST, you've joined at the opportune moment because we're talking about whether or not we need to boost Sulfurian's rating on the website a little bit. Because, I'll be honest, the dude is carrying the heck out of this team right now. It's actually a little bit disgusting. I can basically take a full 100% whack from this Head of Wrath and I just never die. Without decreased attack. Burn. Look at that. Beautiful. Boost everyone up. Decrease speeds. Extend the duration. Like, here now. I've got no decrease attack. I've got no block buffs. Okay, well, I kind of removed the duration of them, but hey. Look at that. Instantly back on. Crazy. Considering I wasn't even going for him, I just happened to coincidentally pull for him because I was trying to save my Sacred Shards. This has been a quite a cool champion to pull that's had like a significant impact on my account for a very long time. It's very hard with a 5-year-old account to actually pull a champion and feel like it makes a material difference, right? I had it with Teox. Yeah, I'm wondering if we need to make him 5 overall. One of the things I need to assess with him is how overall carry potential does he really have? I got a feeling he's just like very strong overall. Yeah, I should probably put him in that team to try it out. No, I'm not an auto. I never really auto Hydra. I know people like take the mick out of me for it. But to me, Hydra was always designed to be a non-auto team. Pony's back. Is it worth going for the Prism Crystal and Spider Tawny? I don't even know if I can be bothered to do the Spider Tawny, I'll be honest. I'd have to build something for it, and I just don't know if I can be bothered. Well, we'll see. I mean, we will see. The teams are thankfully built. Apart from the Packmaster, the teams are built. But, yeah. It's, like, I gotta do a Trender team. It's a pretty close one. And I am up against Shinny's clan, so I've got to beat that, like, naturally. Pretty much Darky. Yeah, Cronin probably is a good option for Spider. I just can't be bothered. It will, Sarunas. I went through a period of time like last year where it was just like awful shard pulls. Like so bad. I was like, I just felt like nothing was worth pulling anymore. And then I had a nice period at the end of last year where it was like I got Rhodus into something else, And I've had a pretty good run ever since. I can't really say I can't pull good champions anymore. To be fair, though, I still miss a good chunk of the meta, right? I'm still missing like Harima, Siphi, all the mythicals pretty much. So it's not like I've got a crazy arena account, but I've got a pretty good PvE account now. That being said, I still don't have a Kaimar, I still don't have a Warlord, I still don't have a Yumiko, so we still miss those. Shamail's in 9 Merciless. He's in full damage. He's going for it. Cupidus and Teox. Oh, that's nice. Cupidus is still very useful in the right setup. Not as OP as he used to be, but he's still pretty good. Oh, that's a mistake. Wrong one target. Oop. Lovely. Let's go for some full damage potential. Here we go. Oh, a 3% did one head. That sucks. Do you ever update the Instant Tronus champion conversion sheet? I haven't, but I am adding a tool to the website which should make it a lot better, which I'm working on. This is nightmare difficulty, yeah. Well, he's dead. Who's next up to be consumed? Airstrid, apparently. Alright. Yeah, I think we'll pass 1 billion, honestly. The pace we're going. Yes, it is YST. This is why I've been waiting, YST. The reason why I haven't been able to send it over to you is because I've been waiting to book Sulfurion for like 2 weeks. Because I got him literally the day after CvC or something. So I was like, this is great. So I've been waiting to do it. And every single time I've built it, I've always used some like a scuffed variation. So this is like the first proper run. But I'm pretty sure that I can do... I'll be able to optimize it to do about double what this number will be by the time I finish. But this is nightmare, yeah. Who's the mischief tank in this comp? There isn't one. This team has no... This is how crazy Sulfurion is. This team has no provoke. This team has no block buffs. This team has barely any decreased attack because it's exclusively tied to cursed. This team has no mischief tank. And it literally just rips through it. And the reason why is I can just kill the head so quickly I don't need to do anything. I don't need to block buffs because Sulfurion places through Poison Cloud. I don't need to worry about the reflect because even if the reflect damage does kill me, I can revive. If not, I've got effectively 3 champions that can reduce the duration of buffs. Because I've got Shamael, I've got Mikage, and I've got the pony. So I don't need to worry about all those. And I have so much single target damage potential, I could just annihilate a head. Like, watch how easy it is for me to kill this head of the provoke head here now. Pop. Pop. That's it. The only issue I've got is at the moment it's heavily dependent on Hex on Mikage, on Michinaki. So it just takes Michinaki a while to get going. And also he's weak affinity, so if it happens to be a bad rotation, then even worse. But look how quickly I can just burst through heads. So it's like I'm cutting through a knife through butter. It's ridiculous. You think Necra is still worth pulling for? Yeah, I think he's still really useful in the right team. He's probably still one of the only ways to keep an attack-based champion alive outside of Stone Skin. Right, he's still probably the best way. If you don't want to commit to a Stone Skin strategy. We've hit 1,500 turns. Okay. So yeah, we'll probably end up around about a bill based on the way this is going. Okay, this is the first time we've had a lot of damage. The nice thing is, because I've got a 6-star Shamael now, I can actually build him with enough accuracy, so I can actually just remove the buffs as well on his counterattack. Reset turn meter. Burn up. Shield. Smash for some damage. It's crazy. Yeah, Sulfurion is just a monster here. Fair point there. So will we see live arena and or siege auras? I don't know if we'll see the auras. I think there might be siege bonuses though, because I'm pretty sure when I checked the code, they had added support for siege area bonuses. So I don't know what that means, but it was there. Burn it up. Keep the damage rolling. Who do we reckon is going to have the most damage then out of this team? What are we thinking? Do we think it's going to be Shamael, Michinaki, Marius? Who's it going to be? Is he worth building it without her? He is worth building in the sense that in some Cintrano stages, and obviously a lot of the times in the right setup, he's good, but he does heavily depend on Venus for the setup in Arena. If you want to use him in Arena, you probably need Venus. If you want to use him in other places, he's a great burner, he's a great damage dealer. Pretty good into like Sorath and stuff like that. You think Marius, UIST, Michinaki? 7 saying Shamael. We'll do a poll. Use one of these features. Start a poll. Who will be top damage? Marius. Michinaki. Shamael. Sulfurion. Because it won't be the other two. See what you think. Got a while to go yet. We've got another probably like 15 minutes of this. Keep it in mind that Michinaki has not been able to sustain the Hex as much as I'd like. So it's not like he's always putting it up. No. Team attack damage doesn't go onto Mikage. Mikage's damage would only be if she has Hex. Hex is the only one that transfers to the placement of the Hexer. Yeah, I think I got baited by that. But honestly, I'm surprised it's not. The reason why is because I've never seen them do 2 Deca Fates so close together. And they're going to have to do 2 within 3 weeks. Which seems a bit crazy to me. But maybe they will. Especially during a fusion. Like, it's very strange if they don't do it. I wouldn't put it past them to do some sort of crazy modification or something. But it would be very strange. Like, they've kind of shown that they've updated Player and Play to say that it's going to be artifacts. But I don't know. Maybe they'll put a special one on right at the last day. Right at the, like, on its dying breath of an event. I always hate it when they basically do these things where they're like, oh yeah, there's going to be a Deca Fate event. We're going to do this. But then it just takes them, like, they don't really specify the content, like, when it's going to happen. So we're all just left wondering how long is it going to be. Oh no, she died. Oh no, she's back. Oh, I don't think Freya's like super crazy good. Like, I'm not saying Freya's at all anywhere near the point of like, oh, she's a must pull. But if I know there's an opportunity to guarantee me a champion, then I know for a fact there will be some sort of content in the nearest future that Freya all of a sudden happens to be quite a valuable champion for, and you're like, why didn't I go for it? Right? It's just the typical nature of the bait. If you end up in a situation and you go, I should have probably gone for that one. Like, I just feel like that's what's going to happen. I don't think she's at all in any way insane. But that doesn't necessarily mean I wouldn't go for a guaranteed champ that I know is going to be available when I have the ability to. Oh man, can we stop killing Airstrid just for 5 minutes, please? I'd like to just keep Airstrid alive for 5 minutes. Yeah, they've put artifacts on the Deck of Fate now, which makes me think it's not a Freya Deck of Fate. Yeah, they don't really do guaranteed voids that often, though. The next big void will probably be the Prism event for Odin. They'll do the Odin Prism event, which I know a lot of people have been debating about. Oh, well, they never put voids in Prism events. They've already said there's going to be a Prism Odin. That's that. If I want Odin, that's where I'll get him. The Prism Odin event. It's the safest way. No, she died, Lusa, because she had Life Barrier. And I nuked with Pony. And Pony's Slayer set killed her. And then she died again because she wasn't quite recovered. So, it wasn't because she is out running anything or anything like that. It's just because I killed her myself. I am essentially responsible for the death of my own champion there. It'll definitely be Hero Shard Summoning, DKS, because it's going to replace the Champion Chase and Summon Rush. I would expect it to have souls in there as well. It's whether or not they add a third one on top. They might add a third, like Dungeon Divers or something like that, but I'm for sure expecting it to be summon heroes and summon soul stones, I think. Well, it's hard to say because you never really know until it happens, but I'm fairly confident that's what the outcome's going to be. Burn. Extra turn. Bum, bum, bum. Yeah, it says artifacts, coins, legendary book, epic book. So it makes me think there won't be a Freya because they've added all the rewards in there now, yeah. As I said, I think we got baited by it. We don't talk about that Alatrian event. That one has still scarred me for life. I'm still scarred for life for that one. You go for Pinpoint or Feral on Odin. What usage, Elixium? Where are you going to use him? I use him a lot of the time. So I will say I have used Alatrian quite a lot. I used him a lot of time in my Hydra team when I built the Monster Hunter team. I used him a lot in Centranos. I use him in one of my arena teams as well for like one of the get all the same faction. He's surprisingly sturdy. I don't know what Michinaki's build is in. We'll have a look after this. So in Hydra, he really doesn't need damage. In Arena, he does need damage, right? So Pinpoint is definitely the way I go in Arena, but it's totally useless in Hydra. Feral is totally useless in Arena, but it's essential in Hydra. So it's kind of like... You kind of like... It's a bit of a weird way. He's very difficult to make work in dual roles because the way you would build him in Hydra is totally different to the way you would build him in Arena. You say that, SGT, but wait until they release some content that you have to use certain factions and he becomes like a great champion. And then you go, well, I'm so glad I did it because you can't get him anymore. I mean, Feral's not bad for Arena. It's just not good for Arena, right? What I'm saying is, if you're trying to debate what the value is for Arena, then you kind of need Feral way more than you would need. That you need Pinpoint way more than you would need Feral, if we're talking Arena usage, right? Yeah, I've used Alatrine in some Amius rotations as well. Alaz is insane. Alaz is one of the strongest mythicals in the game. Alaz is really strong. Burn it up. We'll leave the poll out for 1 more minute, and then we'll see what you think. I might as well leave the poll up for a while actually until we finish. I think Alaz is really good as like full nuke, full damage Alaz. Can we stop cleansing and doing stuff, guys, and just get back to killing? Like killing this dude? That would be lovely. Yeah, I would use him as an arena nuker. But he's also, like, essential for... like, stage 14 right now, if you have Alaz, you are laughing. But without Alaz, it's an absolute horror show. So he's very, very good for that stage. That was a mistake. Alaz is probably the strongest defense nuker. Even stronger than Harima. He scales just a lot harder because of his double hit. You have to land the double hit potential, but if you do, it's crazy strong. Stage 14 in Soul Cross. It's the one where you can only use like champions like Deliana and Lonatharil. It's not great. We hit 900 million. We'll probably hit 1 billion. Might be 1.1, but I doubt 1.1 because we just run out of turns. But we definitely hit 1 billion. Which is 4 billion into the clan coffers for the Hydra Clash. We still got the Trunder team if we need. Toshiro's mental. Ask GV about Toshiro. He's very, very strong. Got it from Green GV got it from a remnant. Toshira's probably, well, I say he was probably, I don't think he is anymore. Toshira was the #1 damage dealer in Hydra if you excluded the Trunder and the other cheese strategies. The new Void Legendary is probably stronger now. The Onyoro is probably the strongest non-mythical, well, probably the strongest Hydra champion apart from Trunder and the cheese strat. It might even beat the cheese strat. The new Void is insane, yeah. The new Void on you. I looked at him and I immediately the words I basically said straight away the moment I looked at him is like, his damage will be insane, because they've basically made a Trunder-esque system with his passive, where effectively you can always tell when something's like a Trunder effect, because it will be a damage that is based on damage. If you have any champion that does damage based on its damage, it will be like Trunder. It won't be anywhere near the strength of Trunder, but it will be like Trunder. So what I mean by that is you're going to be able to multiply decapitation twice. You're going to be able to multiply things like the weaken twice, books twice. You won't be able to use crit damage, but everything else is all fair game. And anytime he attacks, he basically does 25% of that damage over all heads. It's really, really strong. Well, we just decapitate all the heads. Burn it all down. Oh, we're going to do a lot of damage right now. All the skills have aligned really nicely. If we have Michinaki's A2 in a moment, this is beautiful. The chicken. I think YST's got Gallius. He quite likes Gallius. He's used him to quite a big effect. Burn it all down. Extend the buffs. He didn't quite have his A2 available, which is going to be disappointing, but now we do. Why Nature's Wrath? Because Nature's Wrath applies its bonus the moment you apply a debuff. So the way that Nature's Wrath works is you only have to apply the debuff once, and you get the bonus for the duration of the round. Which means the moment he does his A3 once, you get 4 debuffs on all enemies. That gives you the full bonus. So it's effectively just free damage for him. And Nature's Wrath damage is the best non-Crushing Rends at below 6-star. You'd always go Crushing Rend at 6-star. But if you want to go anything else, if you have a debuff, you always go Nature's Wrath, because you don't have to do it to debuffed targets, right? It's not like Heavencast where it's about how many buffs you have up at the time of you doing the attack. It's permanent. So if I apply one debuff, I get 2% damage. If I apply another one, I get 2% damage. It's a permanent damage buff. I think it resets per waves, but it's really, really good. It's the best blessing for Thor by quite a mile. And that's probably the only reason why you truly go for Thor at 5-star is for that Nature's Wrath bonus. I'm going to get cleansed here, which kind of sucks. Does it refresh for head? It's not targeted on the head, it's targeted on you. So when you debuff, it targets, it gives you the bonus. It's not like Feral. Feral is like, okay, when I apply a debuff to a target, the quantity of debuffs that the Feral champion applied on that target is what it matters. It's not like that with Heavencast. Heavencast is essentially when Heavencast is essentially when you take a turn, how many buffs you're on. Nature's Wrath is based on how many debuffs you've placed. So if you've placed 5 in the battle, it doesn't matter what heads are on, you get that buff. It's applying to you. Or speed up your Finite. I mean, yeah, you can use him as a wave clearer. I don't particularly think he's very good into Finite, but you can use him as a wave clear. We could be at risk here. Gotta be careful. Never mind. We almost... That was the first time I've actually had to think about what I'm doing, because I could have died there. Yeah, I don't use your Carl, so I use Creedon and Naldor. Not Creedon. I use Naldor and Newt, so... Give me back my Sulfurion. How much do we get from Garrel? Well, if you set Garrel up to basically use the base form first, then you'll get a lot of value because, like I said, you can basically get Nature's Wrath. Garrel will do a bit of provoke early on. It'll take you a while. You might have to stay there for a couple of times, but 5-star Garrel is pretty strong. Well, you also got to remember about Mythicals. Mythical champions get a lot more stats from blessings. So you get 90 accuracy instead of 75. It does add up. Well, we're at 1 billion. We've reached 1 billion. Nearly there. Good lord. Well, I mean, if you're doing 200 million and you can get 5-star Nature's Wrath, that'll give you 15% more damage, right? So 15% of 200 million, that's the estimation. It's not exact, but it's pretty close. I just love the fact that Shamil just pops off at 1 million every now and then. See, I've pulled so many mythical champion souls and I never get the mythical champions. The only thing with her Nature's Wrath that's hard to achieve in Hydra is you can only really provoke one enemy. So you have to basically switch around a little bit till you can maximize it. Because obviously your alternate form doesn't get anything. So... It's just a little bit more setup. What Garrel really needs, though, is... like I think Garrel works quite nicely with Marius. And the reason why I say that... Garrel kind of struggles to break heads. Because she's not single target damage. So she really needs a team... Like, you'll find that some Garrels will not do much damage. But then you'll look at the records, you're like, Garrel's number 1. And it's often because of the support crew around her. They're basically able to bring champions that can defeat the Hydra heads very quickly. And once Garrel starts hitting decapitated heads, that's where you really start seeing the value of Garrel. If you can't hit decapitated heads, you'll find that it's actually quite difficult to get Garrel to a good standing. That's why I've kind of pulled away from her a little bit. Because I was finding I just couldn't get the same amount of success with Garrel as I could with just a lot of heavy single target hitters. Like in the Teox team, it's very difficult to get 10 debuffs on 10 decapitated heads. Very hard. If you can, Garrel will do a lot of damage. If you can't, it's very difficult. So I went for a Quintus because it's much easier to control everything in a single target setting. Yeah, I know. I'm not paying attention, Darky. I'm making mistakes. Does only work with Terrasis, Marichka, and Arena. It should do. I see no problem. Why not? Oh, decreased speed is super important for Finite normally. Nice. Yeah, it's just with her. She could do with a few more debuffs. That's the only downside with her. She could do with a few more debuffs. Because if you can do that, then you can stack Nature's Wrath, but it is still very hard to do it. Just gonna kill that dude. Reset 2 meters. Burn him up. Max HP. Why not? Let's get more hacks out. 1 million. 1 million. Another million. We're about to hit 1.1 billion. Can we hit 1.1 billion before it ends? I don't think we can. No. I'm going to be just shy. Okay, what's the poll say? Everyone said Marius. The poll said Marius was number 1. You guys were right. But it was close. It was close, Michinaki. But 44% of you were correct. Not bad. Marius is an absolute beast, though. That Shamiel, though, putting them to shame a little bit. The Shamiel's not optimized still. He's missing about 400 attack. He's missing about 400 attack. And when I get into +4, he'll get an extra 15% crit damage, 10% or 5% crit rate. We'll get another 30% more attack. It's a lot. His +4 build would be nuts. Yeah, we gotta remember, like I said, the Hex is not consistent here. But Marius is always going to win because he's got Slayer. And Slayer is really, really strong here. Just got to send this to Monsoir YST. Marius is beastly right now. When Marius goes to 4-star, it'll be even stronger, but... very close. Yeah, so we got Relentless Mikage. We've got Reflex, Impulse, or whatever it's called, Sulfurion. We've got a 9 out of 9 Protection Airstrid. We've got a 9-piece Merciless Shamiel. 9-piece Slayer, Marius. And then I don't know what Michinaki's in. Like, Michinaki's missing 38% crit damage. Marius is missing 38% crit damage. That's a very... 4-star for these are a very big break point. Teox. Teox needs 2-star. Then I would go for Marius. Sniper. But it depends on how much you're using them, right? So if Marius is everywhere, then Marius. If Teox is only in Hydra, then Marius. You know what I mean? Moving into number 1 position in the clan. By the way, guys. I know I said this before. But if you want to join these wonderful people. These wonderful people. Then we're still recruiting. Do have some gaps in our lesser clans. So if you want to join all of these wonderful people who are all pumping super hard. And that didn't make a dent. Surely that made a dent. That didn't make a dent in the thing. We're still behind. Oh my god. Is this Shinny's clan? Oh yes, it is. And I have to use my Trunder team to really push. Biohack. Use his 3 keys. Where is he? What do we got here? Ooh, smashed him. Smashed him. He's even got a chicken and everything. Smashed him. What else we got going on here? To be fair, this entire clan is being propped up by this one goddamn key. This entire clan is propped up by this key. Otherwise, we'd be smashing them by now. Yeah, feel free if you wanna. If you're looking for a new clan, we have lots of different tiers for anyone. We got lesser clans, bigger clans. If you want to push to the highest reaches of CvC, or even if you just want a good coordinated clan cluster, want to learn raid, feel free to join. We're always looking for new people. What are we gonna get then? Ooh, speed accuracy. We'll take that. Oh yeah. What else we got going on here? Speed resistance on skinwalkers. We'll take that. Oh, no speed. 3 banners, though. Take that. Alright. Gotta do dailies first, so better do that. Fight a tag team with a team from a single faction. Okay. Single faction. Just do that. Yeah, it's been a while. I mean, at least the personal rewards are pretty good. They're pretty good. I'll be honest, I was hoping my 4 billion team would put a dent in them. But apparently it has not. It's kind of annoying. Night Drayden. Yeah, I can't be bothered to do it, but I'm going to have to by the looks of it. You're throwing it in, Spider, you? Nice. I mean, at least those personal rewards are better than the normal one, right? Like, got that at least. Oh, yeah, Yannicka teams. I'll never build that team. I'd rather just build a normal team than build that. The only reason why I build... I built the Trunder team because it was so much stronger. Otherwise, I wouldn't do that either. Ooh, we get a legendary book. Nice. That was opportune timing. And we get this. Nice. Get Packmaster booked up. Where is he? Okay. 2 books and a dream on the A3. Oh, you mother trucker. I went on the A1. Mother in goddamn nastiness. I needed just one book on that A3. Oh well. Such is life. Yeah, I'm going to guess they've got some plans, though, because I just think this is, like, one part of the solution. I think they'll find some way. They'll have to. Beat 3 factions. Stages. Alright. Let's get this done. Why Packmaster? Because he places block buffs without attacking, which means I don't have to worry about affinity. He also presents himself as a pretty good mischief tank because he has 2 buffs that nobody else in my team will have. And he also has the Hex passive counterattack component, which means if he places Hex on the enemy team, any ally attack that goes onto that Hex will deal 20% more damage. And because I put him in my Teox team, I'm trying to maximize Teox's damage, so I'm trying to put 20% more. So it's a thought experiment more than it is a fact. But if you put those 3 things together, it makes him quite ideal for the brutal team that I've got. Yeah, I'll check the builds now. Let me just get the dailies done. I'll check them. Does Finer have potential Hydra? Finer is very good in Trunda teams. A lot of people use Finer in Trunda teams. A lot of people do. Teox, I think, is in... for my Teox, is in Lethal. I'd never put him in Slayer. I know it uses A3, I uses A1. Why would player remove the clan win condition for us to receive our personal rewards? It's so stupid. Many rewards are tied to my clan winning, but not the clan rewards. It's the wrong way around. I agree. It should be that the clan milestones are dependent on winning, and the personal rewards are your rewards. But it's the wrong way around. And I feel like it's too late for them to fix it now. Yeah, Finer is one of the better options for the Trunda team, for sure. Are there any uses? You can get some good use in Arena because of the what she can reset and the way that she kind of sets up a champion. You put her with someone like Supreme Elhain. Pretty good Supreme Elhain setup with Finer. She's pretty good in some other teams like resetting, like for boss pushing. She's not bad. Yeah, really useful in Curse City. Unity champions will be one of those things in the right situation. They're really, really strong, but it's just, there's a lot of difficulties in getting them in the right situation. I need to check what this new one does, but I'm not a massive fan of the new one. Just because he's in my best lethal gear. Skip CvC. Wait, it skips personal as well, Short. You missed the run, by the way, Short. The beautiful nightmare run we just did. Yeah, but I feel like the Unity champions need to be just more than damage. We'll have a look at him now in a second. Do you know what? I can do this so much quicker. And Baron's AI is dumb. Just A1 everything, please. Oh, God. Why is he using Righteous Charge? Like, come on. Come on. Just want to make sure I use all my stuff before I do this. True. I mean, we try to win personal. We don't care about non-personal, though. Should majority of support champs, only if you're going to really get the maximum value. Like, protection is only good if you buff. If you don't buff, it's not that good. Okay, I just need to do it one more time and I'll manual this because I'll get it done quicker. Oh, damn. Yeah. Get it done quicker if I manual it. Set it up. Kill him down. All right, nice torch. Okay. Well, maybe it's not quicker. To be fair, if I had an increased attack, it would be. You got too many books. God, I haven't got enough books these days. But it's different for me because I always have content that I want to do. So for me, it's always like I always have something I want to do content on, so I'll always have something to book. Oh, nearly killed it. Voila. Okay, we were going to look at builds, right? Michinaki is currently in like a weird build. He's super unoptimized. Like, when you see how unoptimized Michinaki is, you'll realize that his accessories are good. His accessories are great. His top level is bad. Like, we are talking weird mishmash. He's still good. Like, he's still a good build. He's like 259, 6.3k defense, 297. He's not terrible. But, like, this should be crit damage, right? Should be crit damage. So, I know I could probably rebuild him. So, he's on a rebuild list that I need to do next. She was in Relentless, which she really needs to be... I don't know. She probably needs to be rebuilt. I built her ages ago. She should probably do a rebuild. Maybe into something like Protection. I only really use her in Hydra, so maybe I can move her into like a Protection Arena hybrid type build. So Furion is in this Impulse Reflex build. Still a little bit of optimizations to go, right? But currently at 333 speed, 3.4k defense, 69k HP. Basically sport. He doesn't really do any damage. There's no point building, right? This doesn't hit. This is a single target hit, so there's no point building anything else. That's why I haven't gone Merciless with him, because he doesn't hit enough. I do need to look at Blessings, of course. Yes, I know this. I also need to be careful with Mikage, because I do use her in Fire Knight. So there's always a thing about Fire Knight I need to be mindful of. So I use her in Fire Knight as well. Airstread at the moment is in 9 out of 9 protection. Built pretty fast. 291 speed. Damage build, although she didn't really do much damage. Shamael's in 9 out of 9 merciless. Again, look. Optimizations. I need a better ring. I need a better banner. He's not got an attack banner or an attack ring. He's got an attack ring, but it's not like attack substats. And it's 5-star. He's not got an attack banner, but he does have a good roll at least. This should be attack. Could be 80, 80, 80. This should be attack percentage. So if we took all that into consideration, he's probably down about 700 attack. Easily. When I would build him out. And the reason why I've gone Merciless, a lot of people would say, what's the point with going Merciless? It's all about this A1 damage when you hit the Suffering Head on Decapitation. Because you can hit true damage with Crushing Rend, Helm Smasher, and the Merciless bonus, I effectively can hit really, really strong damage on the Suffering Head. That's why I pick it. I am using Mikage with FK10. So that's the setup for these champions here. And then we've got Marius, of course. Full Peace Slayer. I mean, no wonder why he was number 1 in that fight. Look how much damage he's got. 393% crit damage. The dude basically, you know, The A1 can crit. I'm not on about the counterattack. I'm on about the A1. What are you doing? Fix is an interesting word. Is it final? Yes. Do I need to do a video on it? Yes. Did they fix it? Probably not. So that's the team. These 5 plus Marius. And Marius is just monstrous. Sulfurion, I went for Oppressor because he has 4 burns up all the time. So he just fills more. I took this in case I want to use him in Arena. And then it's kind of optional, really. It's kind of optional. Obviously, he shields a lot, so I took the Shield Bearer for better shields. So... But I know Michinaki could do with an improvement. I know that I need to get more Hex in the team. Yeah, Marius' defense is low because he's wearing an Axie chest. Because it's my best critical damage. But for Hydra and for PvE content where I use them the most, critical damage is more important. By far. Right, this number is fine. For everything that isn't arena, critical damage is the most important. Because it's very hard for him to hit cap, so he needs critical damage. I want to see if he could just solo it. It's just a good test. Took 2 nasty crits. Yeah, he just took too much damage. Takes too long. Probably needs to be in a different build. I mean, he just got annihilated. He did take a nasty crit, though. And you'd probably put him with, like, 4 allies. So that you'd get more speed on him. Yeah. Just put him with 4 allies to get more speed. But it's very hard to beat my Artak team anyway, so... I wouldn't use him there, because Artak, I think, is still the best champion. Unless he can do that in 45 seconds, there's no way it's better than Artak. Simple as. Artak's just too strong. Right, what are we going to do here? So we've used all these. Oh, yeah, Nishiwai twins. Yeah, you're right. Good point. I gotta do that next. And then we gotta do more Hydra. Otherwise the clan's not gonna win. Let's YOLO some shots. No. Okay. Boom. Let's go. 6 runs. Do you know what? I will when I have 5 minutes to myself and to do it. They're actually quite hard to do. The Spider 10 hard one was easy. That was like 5 seconds. The actually trying to get Dragon within 25. I think I'll have to use get my Stultus back in. It's very hard to do. It is very hard to do, so... Yeah, I probably will. Right, like lately it's just been super busy on stream in the sense that I always had to do like Hydra rebuilds, or there's like dungeons I had to do for the Titan event. Like I had to do Odin today, so I've not had real time to do anything other than you know, basic stuff. But and we have 2 cleanses on this one. This is taking so long because we have a double cleanse. What's the benefit of the badges? Bragging. Yeah, Stultus is the only way I think you can get that dragon one done. Because I know I had a pretty fast one with Stultus. It's the only way. Oh, 26. I don't even know how to do finite either. That's crazy to me. Do you have any quick finite hard teams that have Valkyrie in it? I don't. I use Zenogre. My finite team's about 60, 50 turns. It's pretty good. 5 million points. Yeah, no thanks. Never. I'm only doing Iron Twins because actually you get double points. It's worth it. I don't have 2 newts. No, I only have 1. Siegfried would be the one to do it, yeah, because you instantly one-shot the waves. Do you still farm time? No, not really. I think the era of me farming specific dungeons for gear is gone. I farm the dungeons for the tournament points, but that's about it. Actually, I kind of like the badges. Honestly, I like the badges. But I also have respect for my own time, and I would never go for a badge that I can't get. So, you know, so there's a level to it. I would never chase a badge that I don't want to get. Like the 5 million CvC points, I don't really care about that. I just haven't bothered rebuilding this Team Panda. I just left it. It works. I don't care. Like sometimes I'll do Iron Twin, sometimes I won't. I just can't be bothered to build it. How'd the mother thing went? Are you doing fine? I'm pretty injured and it's sick, but I'm alright. I'm coping. I wasn't sure how long I'd be able to stream for tonight because I was feeling pretty under the weather. Just in a bit of pain, really. The ribs are kind of hurting here. Sneezing and, like, stretching. It's got better the last kind of few hours, but it's still pretty tender, let's say. Probably take me a week to get over. When increasing, always gems, because if you translate the amount of silver it would require, or amount of gems it would require to earn the silver, you might as well have just spent the gems after a certain point. When it starts getting to like 5 million plus silver, I just spend gems. It's just not worth it. Yeah, honestly, most of the obstacles on the course were alright. The ones I didn't like was going underwater, because I don't like putting my head underwater. I get freaked out by that. But, you know, some of the ones that a lot of people would struggle with, which is like the cage crawl, where you have to go on your back and kind of like crawl across water. I found that quite relaxing, really. It's like being in a bath, that one. You kind of accept the reality that you're going to get dirty pretty quickly, and then it's okay. But I'm pretty sure I've eaten microbiology things that it shouldn't have. Hey, Chloe. Any know how many Titan event points are left? Not a clue, unfortunately. But if you go to the website, it'll probably tell you. If you go to the website, we have the Titan event points on. think. Yeah, if you go to here, it'll have all the points on there. We track it daily. Did anyone wear an Apple? Well, I would have, but I was a bit worried about the mud getting into it. I've got the Watch Series 6, and when I Googled it, it was like, it said that it was like waterproof or water resistant up to a certain like 50 millimeters, and then it was like, don't put it into water for a long period of time. So I kind of felt like it was a bad idea, if I'm being honest. Maybe used for shallow water activities like swimming in a pool or an ocean. However, they should not be used for scuba diving, water skiing, or other activities involving high velocity water or submersion below shallow depth. So I was like, maybe not. It's maybe not mud proof. I feel like Fictions would have been fine. Right? I feel like he's got one of the ultra ones. Those things are like insane. Deck of Fate will have hammer points, yeah. On the bright side, though, I gave my phone to Hell Hades and Lady H, right? Because they were there spectating. And because they walked up and down the spectator area, it actually clocked me doing 5,000 steps on the weekend. So I was pretty happy with that. You know, not many people can say they can, you know, I obviously did a lot more steps than that, but hey, we'll take it. It at least counted towards my health plan. But yeah. No actual information, unfortunately, about the old... Oh, that's good to know. Apple, during sleep, your heart rate and respiratory rate were higher than normal. This could be due to many factors, including illness, strenuous exercise, or caffeine. I'm going to go with a combination of illness and strenuous exercise, also known as a tough mudder, that I probably ingested some, like, I don't know, I probably got trench foot and COVID. Probably. But hey, thanks Apple Fitness for telling me that my fitness levels were higher than normal. Really appreciate it. Really appreciate it. 20 breaths per minute. Yeah, that will probably be because I, like, try not to die. Oh. I mean, it's kind of helpful. I don't really know what you do with it, other than the fact that it tells you you're dying, but hey. What even is that? Temperature? Well, I don't even know how you get temperature. You know. Oh, it's probably something was in there. I'm sure of it. You know, it's still nice enough to tell me my cardio fitness is really bad, though. I'm like, I don't know what else I can do, really. But yeah. My activity today has been poor, probably. I've basically not had the energy to do much today. How many steps have I done? It's probably going to be embarrassing. I've done more than 594 steps, for sure. That's lying. It's lying. I've done more than that. It's lying to me. Dan will be shouting at me soon. Yeah, it's not good. My step counts are bad today. Honestly, I can't walk far. I could barely breathe without feeling pain and discomfort. I was like an old man trying to get out of bed this morning. I literally crawled up and I was like, oh, I can't move. Breathe in. It says 594. I don't know. It's probably bad. It's probably bad. What's my points at, though? 240, that's not bad. All right. Oh, damn, I didn't want to do that. Oh, well. Never mind. Yeah, I know, but I'm ill, so it doesn't count, right? Don't go reporting on my lack of step counts. It doesn't count. Literally, like, breathing and sneezing is hard work today. So just like me being on stream at 23:35 is a miracle, because it was not looking pretty earlier. I will say I had the best shower of my life earlier. I felt so revived after it. I could have put it on the cat. That's a good idea, actually. I should try that one time. Right. Okay, cool. We're going to do the artifact enhancement event, but I mean, I can't really be bothered to do that right now. I've done the Odin trial event. Rock that. Wow. Lathander. Chill out, mate. It's not worth it. I think I'm going to skip this. I'll be honest. I don't think I'll be bothering. I should do it, but I don't need to do all the points anymore because I'm not chasing everything. So I might just skip this one. Now the cat's opening and closing doors. Thank you. Oh, that was painful. I'm smashing the tag team arena as well because, you know, well, I was until this person stole my spot. I was winning this. Damn it. I look forward to some of that. Anyway, Curse City. Oh, we haven't done Curse City yet. Oh, let's grab some energy quickly. I mean, I could do Spider. I just don't want to. In the grand scheme of things, it's probably the least energy. I could probably do the most energy, but I'd have to use that energy during CvC, and it's inefficient unless I'm doing stage 10 hard, and I can't be bothered to build a Barbarian stage 10 hard team. Can we just do this really quickly? Just bring Garrel and solo it. Oh, that was hard. That's actually quite good. Okay, we're chaining it up. Really? Really? 1 HP? Really? You freaking kidding me? Hey. Anyway. Let's try that again. Wow, that happened. Yeah, it's pretty fine. Boom. Pretty easy. Nice and easy. Clear out. Just grab these. I've still got the other stages to do on hard mode, but I'll just do them when I can be bothered. Right now, I really can't be bothered. You can use them in another tournament, but I'm pretty sure it summons from the current pool when you open it. But I could be wrong. That's my understanding. That you can use it, but it always uses the pool in which the origin of the prisms were dealt. You can't just like save them up and use like 500 in the next one. Oh, I really hate this dude. Can he just not? Would you put Grazura in 9-piece Slayer if you had him thinking about making him the switch? Yes, because he AoEs all the time. It's well worth doing 9-piece Slayer if you do have a double AoE, like a Marius, Wallmaster, Grazor. If they AoE all the time, then Slayer is always going to be more valuable. If they do max HP, even better. Mainly because the turn meter more than anything else. Grazor is going to get more turns, and that is really valuable to have. The more turns you get, the better. What? What? Very moody today. I don't even know what you've done with that thing. She's very moody today. Yeah, there's some weird way you can, like, manipulate it. Honestly, it's just not worth the hassle for me. Oh. Okay, city done. Doom Tower done. Clan Boss. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. Might as well do normal. Been a mischievous putty cat today. Do you know that? Up to no good. No good at all. Honestly. Right, okay. How much damage did that do? 44. Crazy. Okay, so now it's just a case of Hydra. What's the gap? Oh, it's really close. Someone's put more points up. Alright, well, I guess it's time. It is time to do... How's the meta recovery going? I'm not great today. I'm better, but I'm okay, but I'm not amazing. Thor A2 does not work with Slayer. Yeah, someone's done like 60 billion key on their team, which is kind of annoying. Ah, I really hate this team. I shouldn't have to run it. Well, that was a mistake. It's fine. Reset, reset. Speed down. Defense. I should have A3'd and I didn't. Just stupid. Oh. It's probably fine. Shujan. Wait, I need to make some space first. I need to make some space. What monkey? You can have that piece. What up, cat? What is wrong with you today? What? It's like she hasn't had food or something. She's been a pain. Alright, how much space does that give me? 6 pieces. Might be enough. Might be enough. We need to move Shu Zhen into her Hydra build. Which in hindsight, I should have saved the 1 hour regear for, but it doesn't really matter. Where is she? Event dungeon. What? What do you want? You're not helping tonight. You're not helping. You know this? You're not. Honestly. Oh, I need space. Wait, you want one of these? Something out of this. Thor's, I can tell you with 100% certainty, because both player and I've said it multiple times, Slayer does not work with Thor's A2. It's not an AoE ability. It is a single target ability. So I can tell you with 100% certainty it does not work. The damage you saw in Scratch's video was effectively Hex. That was the damage you were seeing in Scratch's video. It was Hex damage. You can easily reverse engineer the math because you take 10% of the hit that he did on the enemy head. You multiply it with 200% or times 3 because Hex damage is basically... you get bonus from the decapitation. Hex gets bonus. And it's 10%, right? So you take the full damage times 10, times 0.1 times 3, and that will be exactly what the damage was. So works on his A3 and his passive. They're AoE abilities, but his A2 is his signature move. You need ignore defense on it, so I would not build Slayer on Thor. I think it's quite bad. It's easy to misunderstand because obviously it's a bit confusing, but for sure 100% the way it is working is the way that I have just described it. It does not work. Yeah. It's all random hits, basically. That's pretty bad. We'll take that. And we'll take... That's pretty bad. We can find a better one than that. Okay. Now, let me go and try this on. Thank you. Okay, where were we? Yes, the passive will stack with Hex. Just check. Trender's build. Oh yeah, we're still trying to get this one to work. She's pretty much perfect now apart from that, so... Last one. This is all you're getting now. Last one, okay? Last thing. Set no more. A little greedy little thing today. Alright. Okay, here we go. Yeah, she is used. Lady Ireth is used in this type of team. It's a mistake. What point of damage loss would you say it's not worth it? I would trust the optimizer. I know it's not an easy thing for me. Like, that's a bit of a cop-out, but that's what I would do. I trust the optimizer. Because the optimizer is going to give you the best damage output. If the optimizer says Zeal, you use Zeal. Yes. God, this is going to be horrible. I wasn't ready. I made a mistake. Well, might have to restart because I made a mistake, but we'll see. No, it was a mistake. To that. Oh, we got another one. Well, we're up to 500 million. This is the value of protection Shuzhen, by the way. I've just boosted the damage of this quite a lot. Because the protection Shuzhen. So we now just go and plonk. 100 million. Because Shuzhen now is going to give her like 15% more damage. This is hard, yeah. I could probably go higher. I just don't trust myself because I have to monitor it. Plonk. Because I don't have Yumako's, I have to monitor myself. And I'm just too ill to try and monitor that brutal hard today. So you see why I'm having to wait because I know I haven't got it. So I need to wait one more reduction. Which I got now. Now I can do it. Plonk. Oh, we weak hit. Oh, we didn't have Hex, that's why. Okay, it's fine. Bad luck on Hex. As long as we always have a decapitated head, that's all that matters. Yep. It's crazy. But that is the reality we're in. I think she's got it back now. One more turn. That provokes annoying. Should be alright. Oh, I almost died. I was close. I did almost die. I had a bit of an awkward setup there. Okay, I need one more turn. Yeah, I did. Wait, one more turn. Let me just give myself a heal. Didn't need to do that, never mind. Boost. Reset. Reset. Burn. Yeah, I mean, this is the problem I have with this team, is people basically are just like, why should I bother? Because look how easy it is for me. Actually, I should be careful for timings here. I need to get Hex out on these two heads. Yeah. Yes, you should. Set. To wait. No debuffs out at the moment. Keeps defense weaken. Boom. Reset. Kind of like in a weird sync at the moment where we're basically not we're basically not having 4 heads up, which is where you get a big chunk of your damage. As long as I'm always killing 1 head, it's fine. We hit the Wrath head, that sucks, but it's fine. I need to double check his passive. Yeah, because when I was testing it wasn't. It should be okay. Generally speaking, the build that it provided was the right build. Yeah, sure. Show off. It was the right build that it was providing. Whether or not it was taken into a full account of his passive, that was a whole other question, but it was the right build. Well, we're up to 2 billion. Let's give it a turn. Bonk. Reset. Slow him down. Decrease defense weaken. Boom. Yeah, that happens a lot, Booho. That's why I'm moving away from Ugo, because I'm like, I don't want that reality. Oh, here we go. 3 and a 2 and a 1 and a... Bonk. Don't my 3 bell. Oh, no, not yet. My Nightmare Clash points was 4 bill. Oh, way to go, yeah. Oh, Clash points I have. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right with Clash points I have. Reset. Why isn't this thrilling? Someone entertain me with something. This is going to ruin... This is actually poisoning my brain. Just have double Painkeeper, Jonathan. Double Painkeeper is good. Like, Emic is better, but double Painkeeper is equally as good. Honestly, like, it works a charm. Just fast. Like, basically, the way you do it is you build them as fast as you possibly can in what I call the Uber get yourself back to your abilities build, which is 4-piece Merciless and 4-piece Reflex. So I have both Emic, and I have both Emic and Painkeeper in 4-piece Merciless, 4-piece Relentless Reflex. So they get cooldowns back super, super fast. The idea being that every time I come back here, I can reset. Right? So reset, you'll notice it'll often pop a reset button. See, it resets. I technically have a little cheat code going on as well. In the sense that I've got boom. I've also got Gurptuk giving poisons to a 6-star Painkeeper. And on Painkeeper, I've put Survival Instinct. So every single time I use Gurptuk's A3 like now, I get increased turn meter. So I'm basically giving a 30% turn meter boost to Painkeeper every single time Gurptuk A3s. I'm actually in trouble here. I might be in trouble here. I might have messed up. I might have messed up. Depends. If we get back around to Shuzhen in time, we're fine. Yeah. It's going to be a 50-50. Don't weak it. Nice. I was nearly in trouble. My Trunder's like 120 speed. That's the only reason why my Trunder's slow, because I've got Shuzhen. So I can just give turns to Trunder. I've also got 9-piece protection Shuzhen and 9-piece protection Gurptuk. So it's very, very efficient. I think I need one more turn. So like right now, if you look at this, Trunder's got 1, 2, 3, 4 protected buffs. 3 poisons, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4 protected buffs. These are 20% bonus damage from Shuzhen. 7, I think it's like 22.5% damage from poisons from Gurptuk. Plus the mastery that gives you more damage like when you're under debuffs. So these are giving her like 50% more damage. That's why she's able to walk in here and go boom and do 128 million. Because I'm basically multiplying everything over and over again. And then when Gurptuk A1s with a poison out, he also gives her another 5% damage because it's a protected A1 buff. Yep. Well, it depends on what you mean stack. Do you mean that you can have multiple increased attack buffs? No. But absolutely right now, this continuous heal that Trunder is under is giving her a damage bonus because he's got 9-piece protection. Set. Reset. That was unfortunate. I need to hold off on this now. Because they need to have Hex, otherwise I'll never do any damage. Slow them down. Poison. Yeah, it's a 6-star Trunder that... Oh, that's what you gotta remember is this is a very strong Trunder. And it's very optimized. Shuzhen can be like Arbiter, Finer. Basically, someone to give increased attack to your Trunder. That's what she's doing. Gurptuk is hard to replace because it's actually quite a lot of damage. But it can be, right? It's not the end of the world. She's gonna run out of buffs. It should be fine though. Do what I need to do. Yeah, I'll show you my Trunder build after this. I'd like this to get to like 10 bill if I can. Just make sure I send Shinny a message here. We're sending the the future number one PvP clan a message. They don't mess with us. Yeah, you could probably bring a Feral in. Yeah, Feral's a good option. It's as good as Gurptuk. Uh-oh. Boom! 4.2! That 1A2 did 500 million damage. That 1A2 did 500 million damage. Jeez. All that is real. I'm at 55 turns in. Crap, like. Oh. That's probably fine. Oh, we're gonna have another big one. Here we go. Oh, damn, I timed it wrong. I mistimed that big time. Wasn't tracking it. Yeah, you know, another 300 mil. So, guys, what are you doing? Give me something to entertain myself when we're doing this horrible, horrific concept of a game mode. How is everyone else's clashes going? New dungeon event team. Tua Masia is very good for the dungeon event dungeon. Talk about Rings of Power. I'm looking forward to watching the rest of them. I'll be honest. We've come a long way since Rings of Power Season 1. I might not feel the way by the end of watching it, but we've come a long way. That was 600 million. That was a 600 million. So just don't spoil it for me, because I've only seen up to episode 3, which is the first 3 episodes. I want to watch the rest with my mum when I go up to catch up, because it's been a minute. I need to reset 1. Reset. I have to be careful here. I need a reset. There's the reset. Now I can grant the turn. Poison. Grant the turn. Reset the turn meters. Beautiful. Is it good? Well, it hasn't failed on season 2 yet, but there's plenty of time. You know, there's plenty of time for them to mess it all up. I'm sure they'll find some crazy way to ruin it. No, Tolkien would be embarrassed by it. Well, he wouldn't be embarrassed. Like, that's the wrong word. I think he would not see it as his work. He would see it as an interpretation of his work. Which is, I suppose, a reasonable thing to do, you know? The fundamental issue, I don't have an issue with the interpretation. The issues I have often is the way they're trying to rewrite. Like, you can interpret things in different ways, but you can't fundamentally rewrite the core aspects of the plot line. So what I mean by that is you can't fundamentally rewrite the forging of the 3 rings because, or the forging of the rings, because it's so quintessential. It's not an interpretation, right? There are some aspects of the story you just cannot simply interpret. That'll be fine. You can make an assessment of how you would assess, like, young Elrond or some of the machinations of the fall of Eregion and all these kind of things, but you physically can't mess around with things like, oh, Isildur's dead. Well, clearly he's not. And, oh, we forged the rings in the wrong order. Whoopsie. It just doesn't work like that. Well, the Witchers, they basically just stopped following the storyline, which is silly. I don't really know why they did that, but they did. Oh, I agree. Like, one of the things I have a problem with the Rings of Power generally is I find often their writing is almost like, oh, we're doing a, like, we're trying to do like a call out, or like they're trying to like pay homage to things, and I'm like, it feels just like you don't know how to write. You know, like the amount of times I've literally seen verbatim, word for word, references from the original film trilogy or the Hobbit books. I'm like, I get you're trying to pay homage, but it just sounds like you can't. You're terrible screenwriters. It just sounds cheap. Let's face it, the reason why Game of Thrones went down the toilet was because they ran out of books. We actually have really poor hex here, but still did well. And they started basically writing their own book. Even House of the Dragon, like, it's going down the toilet a little bit because they're not following the material. And they're omitting key characters, and even the George R. R. Martin has come out and said, like, these characters can't be excluded. But they have done so. Need to be careful here. Alright, we got our first rough moment. We've got to be careful. Okay, first rough moment. Should be fine once we get a turn with this. Get some decreased defense weaken. nice. What's the first rough moment? I mean, the thing is that the screen show, like the showrunners for Rings of Power, it's literally the first thing they've ever done. You basically have handed one of the most treasured, like, laws to a bunch of first-timers, and then you expect them to get it right? Well, they're not going to. And that's not a discredit to them. It's just they haven't learned to fail. But you've given them, like, the worst possible world for them to, like, bite the, you know, basically, like, get started in. Because anything that they get wrong will be interpreted as wrong. And my understanding so far from what people's main complaints are this season is Season 1, the pacing was too slow. Season 2, the pacing is too quick. As in, they're jumping over stories far too quickly and not giving it time to actually evolve. So you're moving between plot lines far too swiftly. Which is entirely plausible. Because they're new screenwriters. They're new showrunners. So what are they going to do? They're going to try to learn and adapt and figure out what they've done wrong. Like I said, so far from what I've seen from the first 3 episodes, they haven't done anything that I would be particularly aggrieved with like they did with Season 1. But there's still plenty of time. There's 5 episodes for them to mess it up. And they keep making big noises about this being like the biggest siege ever on TV. So I'm like, well, I'm expecting big things now. And the fall of Oregon is a quintessential moment during the Second Age. It's one of the most important moments in time. Because it starts to show... It basically starts the onslaught of Sauron against the elves and brings about the beginning of probably this is too soon, but we'll find out. It brings about the beginning of the rise of Numenor, because Numenor then come to the elven aid after a period of time. So it's an important moment during the Second Age. So if they don't get it right, then there's another problem, but we'll see. Well, I don't know. There's meant to be 5 series of this, so... The other thing I think they've done a bit wrong is they've gone way too big with all the subsequent plot lines. Because I'll be honest, you're almost feeling like you're being distracted by the Stranger storyline. The Stranger storyline so far has no correlation to the grand scheme of stories that are going on. Reminds me, you remember the Game of Thrones series episode where it was like... Bran the Broken was going wandering up in the north, and you just kind of felt like there's no real reason why we keep going back to these 2 random cripples that are running around the north. And I feel like that's a little bit with the Strangers. Like, we keep being sent back there because apparently Gandalf, but like in reality, we don't do we really care? Like, are they actually adding any value? Just get rid of this guy. Like, I don't feel like they're actually adding any significant value to the plot line. I messed that up. Which makes me wonder why they're even there. Because if they're not actually contributing to the story, then they're prohibiting the story. Peter Jackson, I always remember this when I watched the behind the scenes of how they made the original Lord of the Rings films. He had a very simple, hard and fast rule. Any plot that was important for the whole story, and the story being Frodo taking the ring to the mountain, would be included. Anything that wasn't Frodo taking the ring to the mountain would be excluded, because it would affect the pacing, because there's a lot of material to go through and it would affect the pacing of the show. And I feel like the Stranger is just that. Like, okay, we had to have halflings and hobbits, and we had to have a wizard, so we just made one. Not because there's absolutely any reason to their storyline or why they're there, or how it plays into the grand scheme of the plot lines. We just, you know, at least with the Númenóreans, they kind of combined with Sauron a little bit, even if that was a bit stupid. Like, they had at least a part to play in the grand scheme of the storyline. So far, this Stranger's done absolutely nothing to warrant his place in the story. Right? He sent a few of these things back from being things to be to not being butterflies or something. But you know what I mean? It's like there's nothing that they have done that has contributed to the main plot. Yeah, the whole... I don't agree with the way that they portray Galadriel at all. I think they've butchered it. I haven't seen Tom Bombadil yet, so... That's all I know. Who's making... Do you know what? The only reason why I don't actually have a problem with him being a black elf. The actual problem I have is they made him bald. That's actually my main problem with him. They didn't make him look elven. I absolutely don't think it's a skin color issue. I think it's more of a, you know, elves were always considered to be these graceful, long-haired, elegant, experienced, knowledge-wise individuals. So for me, that was my biggest problem with it, is they didn't make him look or feel elven. He could basically just be some bow warrior. It wouldn't matter. His actual characterization, and the actor does a really good job. I really like the character. I just find his presentation not to be very elven in nature. Especially when he was an elf that was born in Beleriand. Like, so I would expect a certain... Like, the woodland elves are considered to be more like the elves you saw in the like, Tauriel, right? More green folk. I would have expected him not to be presented a bit differently. So that's my criticism of it. It has nothing to do with black, white, or whatnot. It's the fact that he's bald, and I've never seen, at any point in time, any reference... Even if you go outside of the Tolkien world, I've never seen a bald elf. Ever. They're always long-haired, graceful, and, you know, there's a reason why they call them the Sylvan Elves or the Woodland Elves, because their reflection is also that kind of view. Like, you can have elves with dark hair and dark skin. I don't see a problem with that. Double weak affinity. Oh, that was always going to happen. You know, because like this is where I say like it could be an interpretation, because yes, like one of the biggest concerns that Peter Jackson had was that both The Hobbit and The Lord of the Rings doesn't really have a lot of female influence. Yes, you have some characters. Damn, this is going to be a rough one. Yes, you have some characters, like you have Galadriel and you have Arwen, but in the book, Arwen is very much a footnote in the grand scheme of things. She got a heavy promotion in the film. Damn, that's really annoying. Like, she got a heavy promotion in the film. But in the actual... in the actual books, she has a very minor role. Try it. It was worth it. So what he did was basically try to include more female influence in it, just to add a little bit of relevancy. Now, it's not to say that Peter Jackson was like misogynistic or anything. It's not Peter Jackson, sorry, Tolkien. It's just that he grew up in an era where a lot of his friends were men in the trenches, right? And that was his era. And I would actually say that he presented some of the strongest female characters that you can see in cinema, in film, in books, in literature, right? Because we got Eowyn. Eowyn is one of the strongest female characters I've ever seen. Galadriel is considered one of the strongest female characters. It's just that the main storylines didn't really revolve around female characters. But in the 21st century cinema, if you're going to do a Hobbit film, you can't have a bunch of dwarves and a bunch of men running around the mountains. You had to have some more of representation, just because that's the way the world works. People would call it like anti-female. Just silly. So they created a character called Tauriel. Now, I'll be honest, I think they went a bit overboard with the whole, like, dwarf love affair with Tauriel. But I don't hate her inclusion. I just think they went a bit overboard. No, I don't think she was eye candy. I think what Peter Jackson wanted Arwen to do was to bring the conflict that Aragorn was going to go through into more balance, right? It was she was basically used as a mechanism to present the difficulties of Aragorn's decision around how he was going to become the heir of Isildur, because his forefathers were basically all corrupted by the One Ring. He had to be the one that would not. It's very difficult to do that when your storyline's about a hobbit taking the ring to the mountain. So Galadriel was used as a vehicle to be able to present that conflict in Aragorn in a meaningful way that people would understand, and it wouldn't ruin the pacing of the film. I mean, at one point, they did actually have her fighting in Helm's Deep. They screen tested her in Helm's Deep, but they pulled away from it because they felt like that was going too far. But it was a way to humanize Aragorn a little bit. And I thought they did it really well, to be fair. Because she never dominated the show, but she added a bit of softness to it, which was required at times. Because, you know, to be fair, at times, the Lord of the Rings movies is dark. Tolkien was heavily influenced by World War One and the rise of the sort of industrial era of weaponization and warfare and the destruction on the environment. That's why you see a lot of his, a big proportion of his plot line is very heavily influenced around environmentalist issues. You see it a lot. We get some hacks out on these. She got increased attack. No, so I need to wait. Because he was heavily influenced by the trench warfare and the impact and the amount of people, the amount of friends that he lost. That's why you see his, throughout all of the Lord of the Rings, very heavy pro-nature themes. I don't think they CGI deleted her. They just never included her scenes in the end. They brought in Haldir instead. Because, like, in the books, like, Helm's Deep in the film is one of the sticking points for a lot of purists. Because the story of Helm's Deep is completely different in the books. Rohan never really gets help from outside sources. They basically have to do it all themselves. They never really get help from, like, they don't, you know, Gandalf doesn't go off and get Eomer. He goes off and gets Erkenbrand, who is the general of that region, because they went to fight in the Fords of Isen. You see it in the extended bits where they go to get Theodred from the Fords of Isen, and they get scattered. And in the book, Gandalf basically goes to basically recover all the Rohirrim forces, and the Rohan defends itself at Helm's Deep. But Peter Jackson wanted to have a way of showing that all of Middle-earth was fighting. So what he did was he brought in the elves to try and showcase the fact that over in Erebor, you know, the men of Erebor and the men of Dale and the dwarves of Erebor were fighting the Easterlings. And over in Dol Guldur and Lothlorien, the elves were fighting over there. So he wanted a way to basically make the world feel like all the races were affected rather than just men. Because obviously the Lord of the Rings books are much more about men. But a lot of Tolkien purists are not happy because obviously that's not how the book goes, which I understand. But I also understand why he did it. It was pretty epic as well. Yep, played by Craig Parker. Yep. Oh, man, this is boring as hell. Look at that. On the bright side, guys, we've done a new record here. This is the highest my Trender team has ever done. I'm so bored. I could literally peel my eyebrows. We're in hard. It won't let me. It won't send links on YouTube. You'll have to send it to me on Discord. YouTube will scrub any link you post for some reason. It doesn't like it. Oh, look. See if we can get to a nice clean 10 billion. I mean, at one point, they were going to have Sauron retake his form. So, you know, in the third film, when Aragorn starts fighting the big troll, that was actually CGI overdone, because originally it was meant to be Sauron taking his form and Aragorn was going to fight Sauron. But they decided against it in the end. And they went back to just having a troll. Shame there's not a badge for like 1 billion Hydra damage or something. That'd have been fun. Need one more reset. Nice. 10. More fears. Reset. So what race was Sauron in reality? Sauron was a Maya. Sauron wasn't originally called Sauron. He was called... what was he called? That name's going to bug me. Sauron's original name was Myron. That's him. And he was basically a Valar, a Maya, which means he was a second. It was basically a follower of the Valar. Imagine like a demigod kind of concept. So he initially aligned himself, I think, to Aule? No. Was it Aule? It was either Aule or Manwë. I can never remember which way. I don't think it was Manwë. I'm pretty sure he was affiliated with... I can't remember which one it was. Aule. Yeah, no, it was Aule. Yeah, the smith. Because Sauron's characteristics was he was fascinated with the perfection of everything. And that's what tempted him towards Melkor, Morgoth. Now, he was originally with Aule. He was tempted then to Melkor, because Melkor wanted to remake the world in his vision. And obviously Melkor sung discord into the world when it was sung into existence. He then became a lieutenant of Sauron. Oh. That's a bit of a problem. How? Let me sort this out. It's fine. We'll get it out with burns. I just got to basically survive for a bit. Oh. This is not fun. It's not fun. Not fun. Not fun. Not fun. Not fun. Shield up. Need to kind of get rid of that reflect, which is not great. Heal up. Heal up. Okay, now we can do it. One bit. Sorry guys, I'm just trying to focus on here. Damn, did that too early, it's fine. There we go, nice. Right, sorry, I should have focused on that. So yeah, so Sauron was originally Myron and was a follower of Aule, and then obviously got tempted by Melkor, became a lieutenant of Melkor. Melkor got renamed to Morgoth, which is the big bad guy of the First Age and the War of the Wrath. And when Melkor obviously fell, and the Valar destroyed Beleriand, the Second Age starts, he then becomes the main protagonist and takes over essentially from Melkor. But he was fascinated with the world of creation and the perfection in everything that he creates. That's why you see him crafting everything all the time. So Sauron's power curve, effectively, in terms of like the power he would have, he would be on a similar power curve to the First Age elves. Because a lot of the First Age elves actually, like Finarfin, is it Finarfin or Fingolfin? I always mix the two of them up. One of them actually fought Morgoth, which would have been fighting a Valar. You know, they were of equal strength. Eventually, the elf strength diminished as it went on. No, there was loads of Maya. Maya. You had like Melian, the Istari were essentially Maya. The Balrogs were Maya. Ungoliant was a Maya, the Spider Queen. Obviously, Shelob's mother. There were loads of them. They're all basically like, if you, a lot of Tolkien's writings are based off mythology. He basically wrote the world of Middle Earth to basically support his languages that he created, but also he felt like they lacked a deep British mythology, because a lot of the mythologies, like even the King Arthur ones, were basically driven from like French or those types of eras. So he felt like there was a need to have a British mythology, and that's why he created what he did. So in effect, the Maya were what you would see in the Olympian and gods of like demigods, like half gods kind of thing. Very powerful, but not as powerful as the true gods, which were Valar. And Valar are kind of like the Olympian gods of, you know, like you had Zeus, you had Hades, you had Poseidon. Similar thing where you had Manwë, Aule. Very, very similar. And then you have the main principal god, which is Eru Ilúvatar, who is basically the god of creation. But you don't really see him as being a being. The Valar exist within Valinor, which is then basically was open. That's where the first elves come from. That's where you see like Galadriel in the TV show with the two trees. That's in Valinor. And Melkor using Ungoliant to basically stole the light of the two trees. There's a whole load of lore that goes behind it in terms of like the Silmarils, Feanor, the original crafters, the stealing of Feanor. You've got the children of Húrin. You've got Gondolin. You've got loads and loads of different like First Age lore that really adds to the depth of the world. But they're much more scriptures than they are stories. The true stories that he wrote was basically The Hobbit and The Lord of the Rings. Those are the ones that actually have a plot narrative. All the other stuff are more like a collection of notes and scribbles. I need to wait for that. No, I didn't go for Odin. It was like 20. It was like 30,000. It's too much. So there was no parentage to the Maya. There is no parentage to them. They were sung into being. The elves were basically meant to be the first to awoken. Dwarves were technically not meant to be created, but Aule created them in secret, and then when they woke, got in trouble, or when they were basically discovered, he got in trouble for it. And the Valar basically, because he said he was sorry and all these kind of things, the Valar basically accepted his apology and placed the first dwarf in Gundabad to be awoken at a later date. That's why Gundabad is very, very, very important for dwarves, because Gundabad is the birthplace of Durin the First, Durin the Deathless. He wandered from Gundabad to Moria and then founded Khazad-dûm, which became Moria. And then eventually others offshore, they went off to Erebor, lots of different things like that. Oh, we're about to hit 10 bill. What do I think about Odin in stone skin with high resistance instead of high accuracy? Could work. Depends on what you're going to use him for. Oh. Is it over yet? Jeez. Been here for 52 minutes. This is horrible. Oh, look. Heh. Oh, she reset herself. Lovely. I can't remember what I changed to in the end. I know I was talking about it. And I need decreased defense and weaken. $10 billion damage. 10 billion. I'm doing this so I don't have to do a difficult hard team. I can blast hard in 5 minutes. I'm not doing a third key. This is enough. I've contributed enough to the clan. This is more than enough contribution. This is hard, yeah. Boom. Reset. Hey, look. You're dead again. Reset. Defense weaken. Sending a message this week. That's what we're doing. That one lived over there. Yeah, don't mess with us. Sending a message to the #1 PvP team out there. They need to do better if they want to get some Hydra Clash winning. It probably won't last long because I'll probably get killed from Reflect. Don't say that to me, please. Probably hit 11 bill, maybe 12, depending on how it goes. If we get some good RNG here, we might be able to hit 12 bill. We're up against Shinny's clan, which apparently is the #1 PvP. Or the next up-and-coming PvP clan, I don't know. That's what it says in their bio. I think we're up against the clan that got kicked out of the top clan because they didn't spend enough money or something. I don't know. It's all a bit funny. I just find it hilarious that it was like, we're soon to be the #1 clan. I'm like, you're really not, because unless you're going to spend about £1 billion on mythicals, you're not going to be the #1 clan. Well, if you want to be the #1 PvP clan, you've got to spend a lot of money, and you can't do free to play. You can be competitive in Arena, but you can't be the #1 clan. It's just a money's game. It's like basically going to Wall Street and saying, I'm going to use my £1 million fund and be the best firm on Wall Street. It was like, yeah, but there's like multi-billion-pound conglomerates on Wall Street. It's never going to happen, is it? You know what I mean? That's kind of like where I'm at with this. We need to wait because we need thatch. But didn't they realign the clans over at Mad to basically put all the highest PvPers in one clan? I'm sure they did, right? And they basically had people that didn't make the cut or something. I can't remember what it was. I know they just realigned them a lot and he got cut basically and there was a big drama about it. I just recall the drama that was created. Scratch has been there for years. Oh. Anyone else disappointed in Siege? I kind of like Siege. I wish there was more tools to help clan leadership, but I kind of like Siege. I don't hate it. And I can see that the clan actually engages more than any other game mode. So it's solved that. It's achieved that outcome. Yeah, it's more tools. Yeah. Working on it, but it's going to take me a while. Yeah, obviously the economy is a bit stuffed and like there's gameplay issues with it, but I'm saying the core concept of Siege is quite good. But if they fix the economy, they fix the drawing problem, then we've got a good game mode. It's very rare that I'll say that. Most of the time I'm like, there's a flawed concept here. Actually, most of the issues are just economical in nature. You don't earn enough florins. The repairing is a bit of a problem. You know, the matchmaking is a bit of an issue. But actually, the core gameplay experience is very fun for a clan to work together to try and take down the enemy siege. And to wonder, has the enemy shown all of the big hitters yet? Is there anyone that we need to hold our big hitters back for? Do we need to be a bit more considerate for something? You know what I mean? That's actually quite a lot of fun. And I see a lot of people in our clan specifically really engage with each other to try and achieve a mutual outcome. Far more than we see it in CvC. CvC is just like, how many points did you put up? Congrats, dude. Like, when it's attack mode, the clan comes together to try and really maximize the value as they can. I would like there to be more tools and more stuff available to help a clan leader. I don't really think having a ping is good enough. But the core gameplay loop is really good, I think. I think it's got a lot of legs to it. Because remember, you're not fighting the gold 4 teams all the time, right? Your matchmaking is actually quite good. You're getting bracketed experience, which is really good. And it's not perfect, but I can see the absolute value in it. Yeah, I thought they were fixing the red dot, and they haven't. I would like there to be more value in the restrictions somehow, but I don't know how you do that. Like, I think there's like fundamental things they just need to rebuild, but the core loop is good. The core concept and the core gameplay is good. Yeah, it's like not being able to, like, what I'm saying about things that don't work really well is there's no way to like duel with your clan members to improve. Right, we've said this from day one. There needs to be clan dueling so a clan member can feel that they can progress. $50-50. Nice. If you had more abilities for clans to work together to find new strategies, to test things out, to experiment, then you get even more engagement with it. The problem is right now it's very much like a 2-day window in which you kind of hope for the best. But then it's all about offline chatting where it needs to be more in-game. Yeah, like watching fights back, having fight replays. It doesn't necessarily need to be live, but being able to have those replays so that the clan isn't going, oh, did this one have stone skin? Oh, I can't remember if they had stone skin or whatnot. Being able to watch everything back would be very useful, I think. Oh my god, this is so dull. Holy mother of all. Even so, like, one of the most valuable things that people enjoy about these games is being able to learn. Learn from your experiences. Learn from your fights. When I do a dungeon, I learn what went wrong, what didn't go wrong. I replay it until I get it right. And I think in PvP more than anything else, there are more things going on that you don't have time to know. So you really would like to have the opportunity to go back and review what happened. Oh, this happened. Why did it happen? What did I miss? What did I learn? And I think that's where replays could really help. Yeah, like Dragon Age had dueling. Was really good. I think it's a basic concept. Let me duel my clan members. It adds more value to being in a clan then as well. Well, there's the 12 bill. Oh, God, we're nearly done. 100 more turns. No, I'm not doing a full third key. This should basically guarantee us to win. If we don't win after this, we've got no chance. I'm about to drop 20 billion more points on Clash. You'd hope so, right? You would. You can never be too certain, though. Someone did put 60 billion up on their own. Yeah, like literally just fighting my friends in a duel is so basic. Oh, I don't even care if I'm doing it right anymore. Yeah, basically when you join a clan, you can then duel your clan members. So it basically gives more value to being in a clan, and it also helps you coordinate with your clan what works and what doesn't. So say like I'm building a new arena defense team, but I actually want to experiment. Well, I could say to you, hey, put up this defense for me. I want to use this offense to see how it works against your defense. And then your clan member can fight it and basically go, yeah, I wasn't able to beat it, or I was able to beat it. And then you can go, well, that's not going to work in that scenario. Maybe I should adapt it to this. That's fun. That experimentation is what players really enjoy about PvP. Trial, error, try again, without the cost implications of my team has to work perfectly or the whole thing just fails. Just pulled a new orc. We need to have a look at him. I don't know if we'll have a look at him after this now. Oh, does it say it's invalid now, does it? Okay. I'll try a new link here. Hang on. Try this one. Why is it still going to the same URL? I told it to generate a new link. Damn, I was one turn too soon. Should be fine. At this point, it doesn't matter. There we go. We're over. It's over. One more. For posterity. 13 billion. That was a 500 million hit. Oh. It's over. Oh. I'll do it. Oh god. Oh no, it's on reset. No. No. Oh, should have held it. Oh, thank the Lord. Whew. Phew. Whew. Where is the key? Oh, there it is. Sorry, Carnifex, I took your spot. Number one. Number one. Oh, I don't think I can do number one there yet. That's cheating with the Wixwell team. I could be the best non-Wixwell team. I'm pretty confident I could beat Carnifex here. That'll do it. That'll do it. Have that, the future number one raid PvP clan. Booyakasha. Primal shot. Well, you know. And I never get anything good out of this. Every day I come into this thing thinking I'm going to get something useful, and I get nothing. What I need to do now is just switch the gear back. That's quite good. To my other one. So shoot to a Messiah. Put Shuzhen back in her other build. Oh. Do I still have some lethal to craft? Oh, I do. Well, that's kind of handy. What do we get? What do we get? Trash. Oh, that's kind of good. That's trash. Trash. Not good. Not good. Not good. Not good. Ooh. Oh, these pieces were kind of rubbish. No, sometimes you'll find that even these, if they roll really well, are worth keeping. Kind of low rolled and it flat, it's not worth keeping anymore, but sometimes it can roll well. Oh, I'm so tired after that. Let's do that. Get these quests done quickly. And then we got to do the last one. Okay, we're going to do one more. I think this one we just put on auto. We haven't really built Packmaster yet. Kind of sucks. So we could just do this one. Which is the temporary one until we build Packmaster. We'll get it to 1 key and we'll leave it run on auto. We love it. Bum, bum, bum. Now, this team can do a lot more damage than what it's going to be able to do. I just don't have the energy to do a third key. I feel like I've contributed enough for my 30 billion. Quintus, go for it, my friend. Pump, 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 pump. Well, that continuous heal is kind of annoying. Not gonna lie. Debuffs, yeah. This is all about... So this team is built basically for Teox and Quintus. We pick a target, we do this. Okay, we got 10 debuffs, and then we do this. And watch as it just rinses them dead. Pump, 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 pump. Pump, 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 pump. It is literally just built for the Teox. Teox is kind of getting himself killed, though. We need to do one more of these. Which is great. Teox still needs to do one of those. Because we've got to stack up Nature's Wrath. So this is like my temporary team until I've done the Packmaster. Once the Packmaster's in, this team will change. This team did pretty good last week, considering. Pump, 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 pump. So we've already one key. So it's fine. Wow, we missed the hex on that head, which is great. Yeah, this team does a lot of single target damage. It's basically built to do single target damage. That is its job. That's its only responsibility. That's all it does. If you pick a head and whack the living daylights out of it. And you can already see Quintus's scaling here is already doing a lot of damage. What I'm lacking is the block buffs will basically give me the last debuffs I need. That's what I'm lacking, is the block debuffs will give me... So Packmaster's going to come into this team. Archer and Pythian are going to fall out. And I think Chris comes back in. And we basically have the setup that we want then. Because Packmaster has basically the remaining debuffs and buffs I need. If it was guaranteed, yeah, the new guy is insane. You can always tell them the Helm Smasher proc, by the way, because you can tell when it hits a really high number. See, 2 low ones means it was not a Helm Smasher proc. Yeah, it's not really inefficient silver. No, it's okay. It's not inefficient. It's probably not as good as like Spider 20, but it's not terrible. Boom. Just get to 100 mil, then I'm going to leave it on options. Crushing Rend. Always Crushing Rend at 6-star. If you're going to use him in Hydra, you always put Crushing Rend. Every single time. It's just far too powerful not to use. Is Drock stream, is he? Well, we'll be finishing here now. Boom, boom. But yeah, this is what this team does. Like, look at that. 1.7 mil. With the proper setup, this team is probably going to be like a 2 billion team on Brutal. It's just finding the right setup right now. Krisk is kind of handy because he extends the buff of the increased attack from Padraig. So what you end up having from time to time is this weird sync up where you're basically using the ally attack, but you haven't got increased attack on because you're waiting for Padraig's turn. So with Krisk, you can extend the buff, which is nice. What I want to test is the ability for Packmaster's passive to increase this damage. Can I get 20% more damage on this? Because if I can, that's a lot. Right now, I'm basically attacking without increased attack, for example. Because it's out of sync. Because obviously, Packmaster, Teox gets more turn meter for every debuff. So he's out of sync at the moment. But he should be syncing up, hopefully, in a moment. With a bit of luck, he's going to jump ahead. No, still not. Which kind of sucks. Oh yeah, it's synced better now. So we'll get this A1 here. And then this can do like 1 million, see? If I can get this doing 20% more damage, it's a lot. It's 4 million. 20% more 4 million is... What, 4... If I can get 20% of damage on that, that's 800,000 more damage. It's a lot. It's a lot. Anyway, we're going to put it on auto. Can you get Dragon to 9 piece protection? Yes, I could, I think. I've not tried, but yeah, he could go into 9 piece protection. So, I'm going to leave it on auto now. But there you go, guys. We did it. We did a world record on, well, not a world record, a team record. I've never done 30 billion before, so kind of cool. This team is probably going to suck the moment I take it off manual. But it's going to just pump in a bit more extra damage. I don't really care. I've done enough. I can't do any more tonight. So, yeah, we'll leave it there. But thanks, guys, for hanging out. I will be back Friday. I know I might not be back this week. I said the moment I take it off auto, it's going to be dead. I'm done. It's still pretty good. 9 minutes, 450 mil. Quintus rocking it. Literally the moment I took it off manual. That's why this team can't auto. It's a full manual team. But it would normally have been fine. I can't do another manual tonight. I'm done now. I'm out of energy. We'll just top it up. I don't think they've got much left in the tank, so I mean, I've contributed 30 billion. That's fair, and like I've done my best here. Done what I can. Done what I can. So, yeah, so I don't know if I'll be back Friday because I've got a feeling I'm busy Friday, but I'll let you guys know if it's going to be moved to Thursday or not. But it's probably I might not be back till next Monday, but I'll let you guys know. But yeah, I'm gonna get some rest. Thanks guys for hanging out, and I'll catch you next stream. Ciao.